Hopefully
Which
you can
thing?
convince me.
Yeah, of course. So if we look at Kamala's track record, she's played absolutely key essential roles at getting three bills passed. She played a critical role as the tie-breaking vote to get the Inflation Reduction Act passed. She played a crucial role in adding to the actual content of the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And she played a key role in convincing various corporations for the CHIPS and Science Act. All three of these are hugely essential for our long-term economic performance, for the repairing of our infrastructures, for just like basic necessities like clean water and internet. What do you think Kamala isn't following through on?
What was the first one you said about inflation rates? Because that was
The
one of the
Inflation Reduction Act?
Inflation Reduction Act. Has that been passed, or is that
Yes, it
something?
has. It's been passed.
Okay, so that's something I would like to look into. But I'm heading into college soon, and I was wondering, so as an 18-year-old who's ready to vote for the first time, uh, and being a college student who wants to go into performing arts, what else could Kamala offer me if I vote for her?
As an 18-year-old who's going into performing arts?
Yes, and
So,
marketing. I'll be
yeah.
majoring in marketing in college, and I'll have a BA program in theater.
What she's going to offer you is a reduction of your taxes. That for people who are in the middle and low classes, which not to no shade at all, but typically performance art majors tend to be there, which is just a
No,
byproduct of our
understandable.
economic system. But in the given like the economic class that you're likely to end up in, Kamala's tax policy is going to be essential for actually reducing your taxes, whereas Trump's tax policy is going to include a universal tariff, which is going to add around like 20 to 30% to literally all of the products you see. It's estimated to cost families $4,000 more each year.
Okay, that's understandable. Do you have any websites where I can not that I'm saying I don't trust you. I'm taking your word.
Yeah,
I have no reason for you to lie, but just so I can better educate myself, because I know
yeah,
I can't
absolutely.
know
Yeah.
everything from a single live.
Yep, yeah, of course. So for the Trump tariff policy analysis, this is coming from the Wharton School of Business. It's a school in Pennsylvania. So let me get the link for you for that. Um, the 2024, so it's titled the 2024 Campaign Policy Proposals, Budgetary, Economic, and Distributional Effects
Hold up, I
from
have the
the,
notebook right next to me, and I'm kind of a
yep,
slow writer. Could you just
yeah,
say
yeah,
that
yeah,
one
yeah.
time?
I'll say that twice again slowly. The 2024 Trump Campaign Policy Proposals, Budgetary, Economic, and Distributional Effects. Once again, the 2024 Trump Campaign Policy Proposals, Budgetary, Economic, and Distributional Effects. Do you want me to say it again?
No, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So that's the one that is going to tell you that it's going to cost 4,000 more on average each year for a family. This is a price difference that you personally will see if Trump gets elected. Now, if you want the Kamala tax policy stuff, um, that's going to be uh, Kamala Harris tax plan ideas, details, and analysis. Once again,
Um,
Kamala Harris tax plan ideas, details, and analysis.
and say the last part again. I'm sorry, my handwriting.
Details and analysis.
All right, thank you. That's perfect. I'll definitely do my research. But honestly, thank you for having me up here, and have a nice day. God bless.
Hey, yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. You too. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Make sure you're dropping a follow if you never want to miss a debate in the future. Um, just try to fill that bar up, the bar at the top, just try to fill that up a couple of times or just one time even by double tapping on that screen. It's going to be good for the health of the stream. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly dash Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. I appreciate any and all support. And if you want to join the community, Hanji, thank you so much. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's also discord.gg/allegedly Ian. Wasn't working yesterday, but I figured out the problem, got it fixed and going. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. But if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older and that you are voting for Trump. Dexter, thank you so much for the 5-cent subscriptions. Big W Dexter in the comment section. What's up, Kelly? How's it going? Kelly, are you there? Kelly K 1017. Okay. But keep on double tapping on that screen, sir. It's taking so long to find someone. Hey, how's it going? How are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
Gotcha. Why are you voting for Trump?
I just think that he had a better impact on the United States when he was doing his 4 years, his term, and rather than the Biden administration.
Yeah, I think I find it hard to say that somebody had a better impact on the United States when they literally tried to overthrow the United States government.
What do you mean? Can you give me some background information on
Yeah,
that?
of course. Are you aware that Donald Trump created 7 fake slates of electors, that he pressured Mike Pence both with words and then with violence on January 6th to select these fake slates of electors, which would undermine the vote and the will of the American people? Are
Yeah,
you aware of that?
well, I'm not. That's why I'm asking, like, where'd you get that information from?
That just comes from the January 6th committees. This is testified to by like everybody. Aisha, thank you so much. Appreciate it. In fact, Trump himself literally talks about this. If you watch Trump's speech on the ellipse, he says that they need to go down to the Capitol to encourage Mike Pence to do the right thing. What was the right thing that they were encouraging Mike Pence to do?
Well, I mean, before we get all into that, I want to know why you're voting for Kamala.
Okay, yeah. So I think that there's very complex and nuanced reasons to vote for Kamala. So, for example, she played absolutely critical roles in getting the Inflation Reduction Act, bipartisan infrastructure bill, and the CHIPS and Science Act passed. But far more compelling to me is the very simple reasons to vote for Kamala. Specifically because her opponent has been held civilly liable for endorsed a Nazi for governor of North Carolina, and attempted to overthrow the United States government.
I mean, I just I just don't see why people should vote for her rather than like getting groceries is like 40%, 30% more expensive than it was when Trump was in office.
So what you're referring to is inflation. Inflation was a
Yeah.
global phenomena, and in fact, because Kamala did such a good job at handling it with Biden, we actually recovered quicker than any of the other G7 countries. But to prove that it's not the fault of Kamala or Biden, could you cite me even a single policy that Kamala or Biden did that caused inflation?
It's not necessarily like a policy. It's just that the fact that they didn't really do anything in office.
They certainly did. They did the Inflation Reduction Act, which reduced the deficit by a huge amount. They repaired our infrastructure with the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which allows us to have a better supply chain, which reduces inflation because the inflation was mostly like demand-driven inflation, or it's supply-side inflation. The issue was that there were not enough goods for the number of dollars that were chasing them. That's ultimately what causes inflation. And they repaired the things that caused there to be not enough goods. So that's why inflation has actually been reduced to the point where the Fed has actually started cutting interest rates.
Another thing I want to bring up is that when Trump was in office, there's only around like 2 to 5,000 immigrants coming through the border, rather than when Biden was in office, it was around 10,000 to 14,000.
Yeah, so if you care about solving any of the issues at the border, why would you vote for someone who killed the border bill?
I mean, Trump necessarily went down to the border where the immigrants were coming through, and Kamala didn't even go to that area. She went to the safest part where they're not even close to, and she said that on live television, she goes, "Well, we don't have a problem over here," knowing dang well she's at the safest spot of the border when Trump is rather in the where they're coming from.
What question did I just ask you?
Say that one more time.
What question did I just ask you?
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, gotcha. So I'll just repeat the question again.
Oh, sorry about that.
If what you care about is the crisis or is like any of the problems associated with the border, why would you ever vote for the person who killed the border bill?
I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. Can you explain me what the border bill is and
Yeah,
how
so
he?
so there was this bipartisan border bill that was proposed by several Republican like representatives, by several Republican Congress people, as well as several Democratic ones. This would have massively increased funding for various like border services, like ICE, all sorts of other things that would reduce the flow of undocumented immigrants. Now, Trump didn't want them to solve this problem. He wanted to run on this problem instead of trying to actually solve and care about the problem. Wait,
this problem. He wanted to run on this
you
problem.
have an echo. Can you
to actually solve.
you have an echo? Can you like swipe out of the app and then come back? Would you mind? You're also muted, by the way. I don't know if you know that. Um, do you want to come back? Do you want to come back to the app? You need to be back on the app if you. Otherwise, I can't hear you. Okay. Well, I'll just go on to the next one. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you're enjoying the debate so far, you want to see more, make sure you're dropping a follow so you never miss a single debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly-Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's fill that bar up one time for each of you. It'll get it in front of as many people as we can. And then with that, we can go to the very next guest. If you want to join the community, as many already have, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's discord.gg/allegedlyian. Love to see you there. What's up, Reckless? How's it going? How old
What's
are
up?
you?
34.
Okay. And are you voting for Trump?
All the way.
What was that?
Yeah, definitely. All the way.
Okay. Why?
Why? Because I think he was the best president of really of our time.
The best president in what way?
Like his policies and the things that he did, I think he was amazing.
Could you name one Biden policy?
One Biden policy?
Yeah, one Biden policy.
You mean one Trump policy? I'm talking about Trump.
No.
not Biden.
Because you're saying that he had the best policies. So in order to say that someone has the best policies, you would need to be aware of everybody else's policies in order to make that determination, because you're doing a comparison. So I'm just asking you, can you name one Biden policy?
I mean, I guess you're right on that. I do like that Biden kept the tariffs the same. He kept the same tariffs as Trump. I like that. I don't like when Biden opened up the oil line to make Russia millions and millions of dollars. I don't like that. I don't like that Biden tried to give our hard-earned money away to people that have gone to college. I don't like that.
Wait, so let's just focus on like one issue at a time, okay? Wait, so when student debt gets eliminated, you understand, whoa, holy shit, Aisha, thank you so much for the motorcycle. Big W, Aisha. I've never seen that one before. That's rad as hell. Appreciate that. So when we eliminate things like college debt, that's just taking a number, like an imaginary number, and then getting rid of it. There's who actually loses money when we get rid of college debt?
I guess when somebody goes to college, where are they getting the loan from?
Where do they get the loan from? Loans are just like, loans are completely imaginary, especially college loans, where the service that you're getting is literally just to like sit in a classroom. That these are just like imaginary.
What? So
the money doesn't actually exist.
The money doesn't actually exist.
When you have a college loan, the money doesn't actually exist.
I don't know, man. That's over my head there, dude.
It's literally like
I'm pretty sure.
someone says, okay, you owe us this much. It's not real. It's wait, like, can you point out who
So like,
loses money by just like saying that this debt no longer exists? Could you point to like the chain of causation that causes this money, or that like actually affects this?
man, I'm really like not understanding what it says. So like I own equipment and trucks, right? So are you saying that those loans don't exist?
They do if you were given like physical money that you spent at a physical location, but especially for things like or like public colleges, this is just the government paying the government to allow you to go to like a college.
Not if you're getting like a loan to like I went to NADC, right, in Nashville, Tennessee. I had to get a loan to pay for that.
Yeah, so this is just the government paying the government.
That, yeah, if it's like federal aid or whatever, but I mean, where somebody has to bust out the money, somebody has to pay the money to go to college.
So where do you think these loans come from?
I don't know where the loans come from, but I mean, I guess
It's
when you go
very
to,
often the government that is providing these loans. So you are paying the government, you're paying the government to go to school, or so the government funds the schools, government gives the loans, so you're paying the government with the government's money. It's not, the money isn't real.
I think you should pay for it. I mean, if you go to like martial arts class, you got to pay that, martial arts teacher to teach you.
So the reason why this is disanalogous is because it's actually good to incentivize people to go to college, because going to college increases your productive output, like economically speaking, whereas like going to a martial arts class doesn't actually increase your economic output, or at least not substantially so.
I mean, maybe like statistically speaking, but like I dropped out of 2 different colleges and I make more money than any single human I know.
Yeah, but
So
statistically speaking, I think a college degree confers like $16,000 to the average salary yearly.
I personally believe that you should pay it back. That's just me. I think if you borrow the money, you pay it back. I mean, and going to school is not free.
Yeah, wait, so why do you think these people should be shackled with a lifetime of debt?
I mean, maybe like work on lowering the amount that the school needs. I mean, that's on the school, I mean,
But what about the people who already took out like the super predatory loans when they were 18?
I mean,
These people,
unfortunately,
to be clear, these people aren't even old enough to drink, and we gave them like unbelievably predatory loans.
yeah, I mean that part, I don't know if like greed comes with that or what it is, or what I'm saying, because like some of these colleges are raking in.
You're muted, by the way. I don't know if you know
Hang on,
this.
someone was calling me.
Yeah.
But anyhow, I firmly believe that taking taxpayers' money to pay for people's colleges isn't the way to go.
Wait, so whose money was taken? Can you cite me the tax increase that happened?
Well, it didn't happen. It never did happen.
It didn't happen. Perfect. So
Yes,
there was
yes.
actually like no money of yours was taken to pay for this like loan forgiveness. Perfect.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So then we agree that your point is wrong.
So more people are on food stamps under Joe Biden than Trump before COVID. Before COVID, Trump had a record low of food stamps. Now Joe Biden is way higher.
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with this. Let's look it up. Why are more people
You're
on
pretty.
food stamps?
You're a pretty smart guy. Do you know how like HTML coding works?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so you're very aware that anybody can make a website. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah,
I
of
can make a
course.
website. Look, I can make a website and make it look identical to Facebook. I've done it before. So it's very easy to make websites. So you got to watch what you look at when you're on, especially Google. But so just keep that in mind.
Oh,
when
okay,
you're-
wait. So the reason why more people are on food stamps is because Biden made food stamps more accessible. That's good. I think people should eat. Food stamps are good, actually.
No, but then that makes people want to be lazy, man.
I
But
don't think
like, if you
so. I think wait. So we have two worlds. World one where these people get to eat. World two where these people get to starve. Do we want world one or world two?
I just think you should get up and go to work and not be on food stamps unless
But
there's something
that's
seriously
I'll,
going
I'll
on.
ask the question again. So world one people get to eat. World two people get to starve. Do you prefer world one or world two?
Well, I mean, obviously that's like a rhetorical question you're giving me there. I want everyone to be able to eat, but I mean, you can like you can take Nashville, for instance, the city I live in. We're building a huge dome for the football stadium. Think about how many people could be housed and how many people could be fed for years and years
Based.
and years.
Based. I agree. I think that we should care much more about the
Humans.
actual state of people than we should about like some fancy new sports stadium. I absolutely agree.
Yeah. So I believe I'm going off of just I believe this was Trump's website that I'm going off of. Like I said, anyone can make a website. But before COVID, Trump created 7 million new construction and industry jobs before COVID. 7 million.
But his unemployment rate by the end of his term was like 14.8%.
That's because of COVID, and you had all these crazy people like Harris's VP that wanted to shut down everything, and California wanted to shut everything down. So, I mean, the people couldn't work, you know?
Well, if you wanna talk about like a discussion about like the pandemic by the numbers, there's good reason to shut down. It's to stop the spread of this disease, which is why if we look at other countries that actually did shut down and did a good job of shutting down, these people had much better outcomes. They recovered quicker. There were much fewer people unalived. The economic impact was much less severe rather than Trump's handling of it or rather mishandling of it.
I think it caught Trump off guard. And he listened to Fauci when he shouldn't have. And I think Fauci's admitted to lying to the people. So I think Trump should have never listened to him. He should have never took advice from him.
Quite the
and that's
opposite. He should have taken more advice from him because
why
Dr. Fauci
he's
is
openly
saying true
admitted.
scientific facts. He is updating us with the data that as new
What?
scientific data comes. So science is a process. It's not a product. Science doesn't stand still. The way science works is that it comes to conclusions, to hypotheses based on all of the available evidence. Now, as the evidence changes, so too does the leading theories and hypotheses, which is why it makes sense why Dr. Fauci would update his opinion on things as new evidence becomes available.
Yeah, so he admitted that he made stuff up, though.
Where?
I mean, he
When?
openly admitted it.
When?
I've watched it live on Fox News when he was being questioned by everything. He
Can I get a
openly admitted
source?
Fox News.
Yeah, what's the name of the article?
Oh, golly, dude. I don't know. I watched it live. They were hounding him like crazy, too. And he admitted that, like, the mask wasn't a real thing. Like, just your normal everyday mask doesn't work. Which it don't.
Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Yeehaw, for the hat and mustache. Appreciate that.
Like the surgical mask that people wear, that's not to protect the surgeons from getting germs in. That's to protect the germs getting out from the surgeons onto like someone's open wound.
Wait,
Like
so
their
when I
saliva and
search
stuff.
up Dr. Fauci admits to lying, do you know what comes up?
I have no idea.
Nothing. Nothing comes up. So do you have a source for me? Otherwise, anything your claim that has been asserted without evidence can also just be dismissed without evidence.
You'd have to watch the hearings.
Okay, cool.
there
Wait,
was-
so what am I watching in the hearings?
They're asking him questions and they get him like tongue tied and stuff, and then he admits to making stuff up. You have
Wait,
to watch it.
wait. So where's the video of this?
Like I said, I don't know where the video's at. I remember watching it live on Fox News though. Fox was playing it live. maybe, I don't know, it was a few months ago. I'm sure it's out there somewhere on YouTube. You can find it.
Okay, wait. So the GOP-led subcommittee, this is according to the Associated Press, found no evidence linking Fauci to wrongdoing.
Who said that?
This is according to the GOP-led subcommittee, the hearings that you're citing. Robert, thank you so much for the $2 on Cash App. Appreciate it.
I don't know. I'll have to disagree with that one because
Well,
there was
this is
definitely-
according to the Associated Press, which is much more credible than Fox News.
I don't know I don't know who to tell is credible anymore, to be honest, man. I mean, there's so many lies being told nowadays on all sides. I mean,
Do you acknowledge that Fox News has quite a severe bias?
do you acknowledge that CNN has a severe bias?
Yeah,
In ABC?
yeah.
I mean, all of them are.
But wait, but you
biased.
know who doesn't have a severe bias? The Associated Press.
I bet they do.
Prove it.
Well, I mean, prove that anybody does. I mean,
I don't think the Associated Press has. I think in terms of biases, the Associated Press's bias is pretty light.
I would say that they still swing to the left, man.
Wait, do
I
you
would
understand
almost
that
have-
Fox News settled in the largest settlement ever for this type of case with Dominion voting because of all of the lies they knowingly spread about it to appease their base? Are you aware of that?
I know that some of the people that come on Fox are like diehard liberals.
But are you aware of the Fox News lawsuit that they settled out of court? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not. I'm not fully aware of
Okay.
it.
So let me break down the facts of this case. So after the election, they spread all of these lies about Dominion. So Dominion sued them for, I think, defamation, although it might have been libel, I'm not sure. It was related to all of these like horrific lies that were told about them. Now they settled for the largest settlement in all of American history for this type of case. Thanks to you, I
How much
appreciate
is
it.
that for?
I think it was like 800 million.
And what state was that in?
I think this might have been federal. Let me check. Dominion. Okay. Against U.S. It was a defamation lawsuit. Boop boop boop.
Let's see who the judge is. I guarantee you
The
that
judge is Eric
very-
M. Davis.
Guarantee
So it
that
actually
judge-
so it settled before it went to court because they knew they were going to lose.
Yeah, probably because of the same reason why Trump lost his case. It was in a 99% liberal courthouse.
Are you aware of the fact that 11 of the judges presiding over the Trump cases, he lost in front of all of them, all 11 of these judges, 11 of the judges of the 62 cases were literally appointed by Trump. He lost all of these cases.
What the one? No, not the one where he's getting sentenced and.
Oh, you're talking about the other ones?
Yeah, the one where he's getting sentenced in December by the liberal judge.
So do you think that judges should only be able to preside over a case? Can you actually prove like any bias?
Yeah, look at the way he's acting.
Yeah, wait, what specifically about the way he's acting am I looking at?
He kept hitting Trump with I forgot what it's called. He kept threatening to
With gag orders? Yeah, because Trump kept on saying things that he wasn't supposed to, leaking details and attacking people publicly that he was explicitly barred from attacking.
I mean,
Like
I
he was
think-
attacking like clerks and like family members of the judges and like jurors.
I think it was the daughter of the judge is what it was because she was a huge Hillary Clinton supporter and she donated money to Hillary Clinton's campaign, which in return should be a conflict of interest. That judge should have never been able to see that case because his daughter literally gave money to his opponent.
That's like so that's just extremely silly nonsense. By this logic, you will always be able to tie someone back to literally any judge. Like you could
Look,
probably
look, look.
tie like some Trump supporter back to me that doesn't mean that I would be like unfit if I were a judge to reside over a case involving like Biden, for example. That's
but
just nonsense. Like everybody's web of people is so large that you will inevitably be able to find someone who like fits the description of being supportive of the other side. But that's just silly. Like, of course we need
So-
judges. What you
So
actually
let-
need to
let me-
prove is a wait, hold on. What you actually need to prove is a tangible bias. Why should Trump be publicly making like attacks against the judge's daughter? That's crazy to me.
He was just saying facts. So that's the thing. Like, he was literally just stating facts that she had given money to the Hillary Clinton campaign. I mean,
Yeah, and he was legally prohibited from doing so because these facts, the facts that he was stating, result consistently in violence.
so let me ask you something then. Are you trying to tell me that every jury trial in the history of America has always went 100% accurate? No jury trial in America.
That's an insane straw man. If that's what you got out of the words that have come out of my mouth, I
Okay.
don't even know. I can't even say
Well-
what I want to say on TikTok. But that's like that's like unironically, if that's what you got out of the words I said, you should be embarrassed.
Okay.
No, that's not
what I'm
my.
getting
That's not
at-
even. That's not even a close approximation of my opinion. My
Okay,
my
so-
position is just that you are unable to substantiate any level of bias that's actually taken place in any of these trials.
That's definitely bias. If
Prove
his
it.
own daughter, the girl he
Wait,
raised.
so are you responsible for the things that your children do, especially if they're grown and out in the world? Like if
Yeah, of
is so are the parents of like an unaliver responsible for that unaliving?
Well, I mean,
Wait, do you have kids?
yeah, of course I do. I got kids.
Okay, wait.
yeah.
So if your kids went and did like a school unaliving, should you be held responsible for that? Should you be tried?
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And do you think that you should be held to like the exact same standard? Should you be tried for like unaliving, however many people get unalived?
Not in that extent, but I think that you
To
should.
what extent do you think that you should be held liable?
I don't know. You know, I don't study.
You have
the
no,
law
you
like
gotcha.
that.
You have no idea. Okay, so if your child grows up and ends up being like a Democrat supporter, does that make you a Democrat supporter as well?
No, because I don't personally think my
Oh.
kids would ever be raised to be Democrats. I mean,
But if they were, but not to be raised, like if they just figure out one day, hey, I actually like the Democrats. Would that make you a Democrat supporter as well?
no, but that
Gotcha.
would
Wait,
never
so then we can infer based on this that just because the judge's daughter is a Democrat supporter doesn't make the judge himself a Democrat supporter.
Well, he openly ran as a Democrat, though, to be elected judge. So, I mean, he's a Democrat.
Yeah, wait, but does that make him like, because his daughter supported Hillary, does that mean that he also must necessarily be someone who's opposed to Trump?
I mean, if you connect the dots and look at it, I would
Yeah,
say
so all
yes.
you have is like a conspiracy corkboard and some push pins that you connect with like twine. You have no hard evidence. It's just conspiracies.
I would have to guarantee you he voted for Hillary Clinton.
Prove it.
I mean, he's a
Prove it.
Democrat. Well,
Prove it.
I mean, you can't prove that unless he openly admitted it.
Awesome.
and
So you have no
there's
proof.
Still no proof.
So yeah, so you have no proof that there is any conflict of interest. Is that correct?
Correct, but I do have proof that juries do get it wrong. Quite often, they get it
So
wrong.
in the trial, one of the people's like main source of information was Truth Social. This person was a Trump supporter. If the Trump supporter on the trial came to the
Again, no
belief
proof.
that Trump was guilty, then why don't you believe it?
Do you have proof that that guy was a 100% Trump supporter?
Yeah, I mean, his primary source of media was Truth Social.
I don't know. I haven't looked into that, but I could definitely say that juries can get it wrong.
I
mean,
agree.
I mean,
But so I agree. I agree that juries can get it wrong. Problem is that absent evidence that a jury has gotten it wrong, we default to the presumption that the jury is correct.
so like, wasn't this case like 30 years old?
Are you?
Like it was
Are
like
you? I think you're referring to the E. Jean Carroll stuff.
yes, it was like 32 years or 34 years old. So we're going off of evidence that was 34 years old, and I don't think there was any physical evidence. I
So
want to.
wait, are you familiar with any of the evidence of the case?
No, I haven't really studied the case a
Gotcha.
whole lot.
Okay. So one of the pieces of evidence is notes in her therapist's notebook, a physical piece of evidence. So how
That's
did these
hearsay, though.
notes get into her therapist's notebook if it didn't happen?
All right. Well, let me give you a quick little. I guess you could call this an analogy or something similar. I know a guy that broke his ankle. He walked into Walmart, and he walked into Walmarts every day with his broken ankle, looking for the right opportunity to find some type of water on the ground. He slipped and fell, and claimed he broke his ankle in Walmart. In Walmart, and Walmart settled out and paid him millions of dollars. People can make lies up and win money off of it, dude. I have a real close buddy of mine that's in the Army. Me and him were downtown Nashville. He jumped off of a bar rooftop like a, madman, broke his whole
What
leg.
question did I ask you?
Yeah. No, I'm telling you.
No,
that
wait,
people can lie.
because you don't remember. So repeat back to me what question I asked you.
No, I'm getting to a point to
Wait,
why
no.
people will lie.
Wait. I asked you a question. Repeat back to me what my question was.
You said that her therapist had wrote down in her notepad.
Yeah. So how
that-
do you think that comes about? What's your? I don't want an analogy. I want an explanation.
Well, so it was a money grabbing scheme.
It was a money grabbing scheme.
Yeah, she saw.
Proof?
Well, I'm giving you different.
You're giving me
examples.
an analogy. You're giving me like a conspiracy, like a just so story. I don't
No,
want
it's
want your theory. I want facts. What are the facts that lead you to believe that?
I'm giving you my personal opinion on what I believe were facts that she did this as a money grabbing scheme.
What's the evidence that she did it relating to this case specifically?
How much money did she get off this?
Well, wait. So just because somebody got money off of winning a trial doesn't mean that they lied about the accusations.
I'm not saying that's every time, but I'm just saying.
Then
I know
prove that
multiple-
it's this time. Go ahead.
Okay, but prove that it wasn't though. You can't.
Wait,
prove that it wasn't.
you're making the conspiratorial claim about this. It's your burden to prove that there is some conspiracy here. Absent evidence to suggest otherwise, we presume that these trials are accurate.
Well, that's your first mistake. I would never believe.
You
what
don't believe? Wait, do you think
judges and
OJ
lawyers-
did it?
No, I think
You don't think
he was
OJ
guilty.
did
Yeah,
it?
Yeah, no. I'm saying no. I do. I guess I shouldn't have said no. I was like, I guess. Like,
And
stop
why
and be
do you
like,
think
no,
OJ did it?
I mean, me personally, my personal opinion is when the glove thing happened and the shoe. The shoe, he had the same shoe in the same size that had, I believe it had a blood mark left behind, and that was O.J. Simpson's same shoe and same size. And then the glove, when he was acting like that glove wouldn't fit on his hand, I think that was all fake. Which goes to show people will lie in court.
Yeah, wait, but why would you assume based out? Thank you so much, Shari, that means that that he did it.
Well, I mean, I don't remember the exact size shoe he wore, but it was a pretty big shoe.
Wait, so
And-
is the evidence just that he has the same size shoe?
Well, it was the same exact shoe and size.
So if
don't-
somebody unalives somebody else and all you have is their shoe size, does that mean that you can just go to any person and assume that they did it? Like the evidence to
but-
me, the compelling evidence is that he was held civilly liable. I have no reason to think that this didn't actually happen, that he didn't do it. I have no reason to think that the jury was biased against him, and I have pretty good reason to think that he did do it, i.e., all of the evidence. Analogously, I believe E. Jean Carroll's story because of all of the evidence, and I also have no reason to not believe it. You provided no evidence that it's not true.
I mean,
In fact, you're making so strong claims about this that it was a money grabbing scheme, but you can't even cite a single piece of evidence that was presented in the case. Like, you should be embarrassed to have such a strong opinion about something that you clearly don't know much about.
I mean, I know that it happened like 30 years ago, and I know that people can say, if that happens, sometimes people don't report it, and I understand that, and I get that, but at the same time, why would you wait 30 years?
Yep. So the reason why it was delayed for 30 years is because of statute of limitation reasons. This is the same reason why it was held civilly. It was like a civil trial instead of a criminal trial. It was because the statute of limitations was opened up for a very brief period of time in New York. So she took advantage of the window and filed the lawsuit.
Yeah, but she could have done it a lot sooner, and that could have been prison time.
Yeah, she certainly could have. I mean, most people are extraordinarily traumatized after events like this. E. Jean Carroll, for example, was so traumatized after this event that she was unable to enter into a relationship.
Yeah, which is what I would say also if I was trying to get a lot of money from somebody. Like, a guy tried to sue me one time.
Prove
for
that she was just trying to get a lot of money from him. Prove that none of... Wait. So, are you unconvinced by the evidence of the case?
If she wasn't trying to get a bunch of money...
Yes or no? Wait, yes or no? Yes or no?
What?
Are you unconvinced by the evidence of the case?
I don't know the case enough to say...
So if you're not unconvinced by the evidence of the case, then how the fuck are you possibly making any claims about the case?
Because I can tell by Trump's demeanor, I can tell... I'm a pretty good character.
It's just... So your answer is vibes. It's just vibes.
It's not just vibes.
It literally is. You said Trump's demeanor. Vibes.
I know too many cases that have been all lies in court, all lies, and has gone the way of the liar. I know too many times that it has gone in the way of the liar.
Yeah, but presumably, do you think that our legal system would be better replaced with like a coin flip?
It might as well be, dude. I mean,
it might as well. Are you fucking kidding? Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Stanks. Appreciate that.
It's sad.
You think our court system should be replaced by a coin flip? Are you kidding?
Well, no, I'm not really.
Do you listen? Do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? That's an absurdity.
Clearly, I don't mean that. Clearly, I don't mean that.
You think that the court system is just guessing? It's doing worse than just guessing?
It's pretty bad, man. It's pretty bad.
Prove it.
I mean, I was telling you, analogies.
Prove that the court system does just as well as a coin flip.
Well, let me ask you this. You're saying that she wasn't going after money. Well, how come she got all that money from Trump?
So clearly there's like some financial aspect to it. But just because there's a financial aspect to it does not mean that the claims are untrue. Similarly, lots of people sue lots of people civilly for very real things that actually happened to them. E. Jean Carroll was suing for defamation of character and SA.
Yeah, so someone tried to sue me for $12 million, like I was saying, and he made up a bunch of laws. Luckily, this certain judge seen right past the laws, and I didn't even have to pay court fees, nothing. He actually had to pay my lawyer fees, which is kind of funny. But he went into court and lied. So like people will go into court. I know firsthand experience. People will go into the court and they will lie on the stand.
Yeah, wait, so the reason why your personal experience isn't going to help you here is because you're in a double bind. Either your personal experience is representative of reality, in which case you need to present data on it, and you should have no problem presenting data on it, or your personal experience is not representative of reality, and I don't care. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Big W, Elizabeth. Appreciate it. Thank you.
No matter, you Democrats can be all about big government being in our business and stuff, but I'm going to continue to want small government, and I don't want the government breathing down my neck and telling me what I can and can't do all the time.
Well, that's
I
going to be
don't
really
like that.
unfortunate because Trump's an authoritarian. I mean, if you don't want the government breathing down your neck all the time, then you probably shouldn't vote for Trump, someone who has said that he wants to make it illegal to burn the flag as like a protest, for example. That's not very libertarian. He wants to expand government control. He literally said that he wants to suspend the Constitution. He
If I
tried to
could vote
overthrow
for-
the government.
No, he didn't. He said peacefully.
So
Peacefully.
the attempt to overthrow the government was not just sending all these people down. The
didn't
plot
send
was
them
for
down.
the 7 fake slates of electors to muddy the waters. Trump's strategy was to create fucking mayhem. The fact that all these protesters were there were like just part and parcel to it. But I have a question for you. If the violent protests that occurred on January 6th, if the insurrection wasn't a part of his plan, then why did he sit and watch for 3 hours before finally telling them to go home?
I mean, maybe he didn't know the extent that it was
He
getting
was
to.
he was watching the entire thing unfold, all 3 hours of it on
Where was he?
Fox News, with drinking a diet Pepsi the entire time. I'll read you a quote from him. In fact, if
I think he was on the phone a lot during that time. If I remember correctly, he was on the
yeah,
phone.
he was on the phone, and do you know what he talked? So, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy called him and begged him to calm people down. His response to Kevin McCarthy was, "Well, Kevin, I guess they're just more upset about the election theft than you are." He knew exactly what was happening the entire time. Staffer after staffer after staffer came in and begged him,
But is that not true?
Trump,
was that not a true
send them
statement?
home,
Was that
calm
not a true
them
statement?
down.
What about BLM?
What
about
aboutism? Answer the question. Stop trying to pivot to other stuff.
I'm not. No, I'm saying like he was factual about that.
Wait.
Apparently
No. I want an explanation. If violence wasn't exactly what Trump wanted, why did he wait 3 hours the entire time watching it on Fox News, drinking a diet Pepsi? Why did he spend all that time not sending them home to wait 3 hours to send them home?
You are a absolute fool if you don't think that Trump could not raise the most biggest militia in America's history. If he wanted to create violence, he could have created the most biggest civil war in American history. That is the most nonsense thing I've heard in my entire life, dude.
What was
Come
my
on,
question?
get real.
What was
You
my question?
literally-
Let's just cut the we got a grandstanding Gary over here. Let's just cut the grandstanding and answer the question.
I did answer the question. You said
You
if Trump,
grandstanded.
If Trump wasn't wanting to,
You puffed
said
out your
Trump
chest
wasn't
and
wanting-
thought you did something. Let's get back to the
No, I
question.
did
Do
do
you
something. I proved
do you
you
even
wrong.
do you even remember what the question was?
Yeah, of course I do. You said that McCarthy came in and begged Trump to stop while he was sipping on a Diet Pepsi. And he said, I guess the people are more mad about the election results than you are, which is a true statement. That is a opinion.
So
and
so
it's a
wait, you
true statement.
concede that Trump knew exactly what was happening the entire time. So if Trump knew exactly what was happening the entire time, if violence was not what Trump wanted, why did he wait 3 hours until he called or before he released his video asking people to go home? Why did he wait 3 hours?
Well, if he didn't want peace, he wouldn't have made a video at all. He wouldn't have said anything at all.
He
But
eventually
beforehand-
wanted peace because his insurrection had failed. His coup attempt failed.
Again, if Trump wanted to have, if he wanted violence, Trump could have had violence. That's
He did
100%.
have violence.
No, Trump could raise the biggest militia. Hear me out. Donald Trump can create the biggest militia in America's history, worse than the Civil War. He could have had the ultimate civil war in American history if he wanted to create violence. He
There
chooses
was
every day
violence.
not to do that.
Wait, do you acknowledge the fact that there was violence on January 6th?
Yeah, I'm sure there was. There was
What he
wild people running
wanted.
around.
So, and you must be confused about the plot. The plot is not we're all going to go down there and we're going to take the Capitol, and the Capitol's ours. We win. The plot is specifically to create as much mayhem as possible to pressure Mike Pence with violence to select Trump's fake slates of electors. Do
But
you
Trump didn't call
acknowledge the
nobody to do
fact that
that.
Trump created 7 false slates of electors and then pressured Mike Pence first with words and then with violence on January 6th to select these electors, which as an undermining of the will of the American people? Do you acknowledge that?
No, I don't. I don't think Trump
Okay,
was trying
so
to create balance. No.
what of what I said isn't true or doesn't count as an insurrection?
Bottom line is, like I said, you can't
Wait,
get around.
is it going to be option 1 or option 2? You're going to tell me what I said that isn't true, or you're going to tell me what I said that doesn't qualify as an insurrection, or option 3, of course. Oh, we got a runner. Option 3 was going to be you can admit you have no fucking idea what you're talking about, and that you need to go back to the drawing board. But we got, he ran, so I guess he's picking option 3. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. I accept your surrender. Get your ankles absolutely shattered. You will never debate again. If you're enjoying the debate so far, make sure you're dropping a follow so you never miss a single debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. Make sure you double tap it on that screen. Try to double tap and just get that bar filled up. If everyone got that bar filled up, we'd be doing crazy. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'd love to see you there. Thank you so much for the sunglasses. Appreciate it. What's up, Caitlin? How's it going? Are you there? Okay.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
So I'm a Republican, and I'm actually voting for Kamala, but I did have a question. I was wondering if I could get your opinion on something.
Yeah, it's Kamala, and yeah.
Sorry. So, like I said, just looking to see if I can get your insight, because, I mean, I watch you pretty often, and, I have a great deal of respect for you. I really like watching your debates.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think you're, like, super smart, and I love watching you. But I was wondering, and this is only to get clarification, this isn't for me to, like, debate anything either, but as far as what Kamala had mentioned at one point, like a few years ago, in regards to, like, mandatory pew-pew buybacks, what is your, like, stance or opinion on that?
Let me look into the context of it. Mandatory buyback. Okay. I'm not.
You might have to add her name to it if you're.
Yeah. I guess I could add Harris to the end of it.
It was like a handful of years ago.
Let me look. Okay, she supports mandatory buyback programs for, like, assault pew-pews, which I'm probably pretty agnostic to. I don't know. I go back and forth on this issue, but it seems like she's backed off of it. So I don't know. I think it's good for politicians to update their opinions as they change their minds on things.
For sure, I agree with that. I feel like everybody, not even just politicians, with that, to be honest. I think as people acquire new information, that they should be able to change their opinions.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure. I mean, it's just one of those things, because I've been trying to learn more about her and her policies and whatnot, because, I mean, I'm definitely voting for her because, I mean, like, seriously, screw Trump. I mean,
yeah, of course, yeah.
It's completely freaking terrible. And I don't want the country to go up in flames, so
yeah. Hey, well, I mean, I appreciate that. Yeah, like, definitely big W guest in the comment section. But you have anything else for me? Otherwise,
no, that was it. I appreciate you letting me come up.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Big W guest, but make sure you keep on double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. What's up, Dustin? How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, bud?
Yeah. How old are you?
36.
Okay, it's your it's kind of hard to hear you. Your voice is a bit staticky. Are you
Sorry, I just ended up getting into a horrible place where I live where cell phone reception is garbage.
okay? It should be fine. Are you voting for Trump?
So I don't know yet. I actually haven't
Okay.
decided. I was going to throw my vote towards RFK until he just bought a cabinet seat with whoever was going to win.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty
But
discouraging that he did that.
well, yeah, because it's like he was a decent alternative until he sold himself to the highest bidder.
Yeah,
But
I agree. Yeah.
I wanted to pick your brain for a second because at the end of the day, I'm the person that has been in public service my entire life. I've worked for the fire department for 17 years.
Yeah, well, I
And
appreciate your
I
service.
know, thank you. But I'm also the person that has seen politicians lie about everything that they can in numerous occasions, um, just for the photo op. So when you're an undecided person, obviously things in their past that aren't favorable. I understand that there is a long list for Trump. But when you don't have the faith to believe what either of them are saying, how do you know what they're actually going to do?
Yeah, I think that at that point you just have to look at the records, that both of them are going to say a lot of things, but it's going to come down to what they've actually do. CJ, thank you so much for the swan. WCJ in the comment section. If you look at Kamala's record, what you'll see is that she played an absolutely critical role in 3 bills that I think are pretty good. First, Chips and Science Act, she negotiated with companies directly to secure big investments for the United States. In terms of the Inflation Reduction Act, she was the tie-breaking vote for that one, which like massive, first of all, lowered the deficit, but second of all, massive investments into like green renewable energies, and also she for the what's the third one? For the bipartisan infrastructure bill, she contributed very heavily to the substance of the bill, specifically the work that she's been doing for a long time for electric powered buses to also help climate change. Like she's just contributed massively to these 3 bills. I think that her record is just like much more substantive and much more in line. And I don't know. I mean, for me, if we just look at what the candidates did in their time in office, Trump literally attempted like a coup against the U.S. government, so it's pretty discouraging.
And see, and that's kind of where I look at too is how much of what Kamala did was because of Biden's absence in the room. I mean, because being honest, I mean that guy, or how can we actually know whether it's her getting credit because they were planning this? Because obviously Biden wasn't going to make it another term. Or was it actually her doing it? But another question that I have for you is the media likes to swing things a certain way, right? Like they like to go with popular opinion and everybody argues that they favor the left, right?
Not necessarily. I think so I agree to some extent that media is like audience captured, that there are certain
Yeah.
media sites that are going to appeal to certain demographics, but do they all appeal to the left wing? Certainly not. There's places that
Oh, no,
appeal to like the
not
far
all of
right
them.
because the vacuum is there for it to appeal to, like OAN, for example.
Well,
But
and
to
like
answer
what
your
I do, or good.
Oh yeah, I was just going to answer your question about how do we know what
Sure.
Kamala actually did. The way we know this is we can actually like literally just look. So for the her contribution of the electric buses in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we know this because she, in her time in Congress, actually proposed very similar legislation to this. She'd been pushing for this for a very long time, and this is her like continuing to push for it in negotiations. She had a large hand in this. We know that she cast the tie-breaking vote for the Inflation Reduction Act because all of that is just publicly available. And we know that she negotiated with key companies to get investments into the United States because that's all just public information. Every part of what I just said, her massive contributions to all 3 of these bills, this is all just like publicly available information. There's really no need to speculate.
Can we agree that her having to cast a tiebreaker, or let me back up. Can we agree that any vice president having to cast a tiebreaker vote is ridiculous? The fact that our politicians disagree on such a hard level that they have to pull in all right, who's the VP going to side with here?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I think that politics, and obviously I'd say that this is like the fault of the Republicans and their increasing polarization, specifically under McConnell, who refused to hold like basic votes, like to confirm Obama's like Supreme Court pick, for example.
I
Like
completely agree with you.
yeah, like basic stuff like that. I think that this polarization, this like gridlock of like we're not going to let them have anything is a huge issue. I don't think that it should come down to this where it's like a basic bill and all the Republicans vote no and all the Democrats vote yes. I think
Yeah,
that we should elect politicians who say, "Yeah, I'll do this basic thing because it helps Americans."
exactly. Now, my final thing that I wanted to ask you, I'm the person that whenever it does come to the media, I will go and pull one from the left, one from the right. I'll read both of the way that they decide to do it. I'll do research and I'll form an opinion, right?
Yeah.
So, one of the things before Biden had dropped out of the race, one of the things that he had, everybody was pretty consistently saying, whether it was CNN, Fox, MSNBC, was that Kamala Harris is dragging him down. And are they going to replace her? Are they going to do this? How are they going to get her approval ratings to being better than they are so Biden has a chance? How did she go from being that person to every news station out there saying that she was the only person that could have beaten Trump this entire time?
Yeah. So first of
And
all, and
yeah,
I don't know
how
if
do you
you
get there?
yeah, and I don't know if you know this, but her name is pronounced Kamala.
Sorry.
No, you're
I
good.
know that, but for some reason it's just habit because for so long I said it the wrong way. It's not any like I'm not the person that's intentionally doing it. It's just
No,
force
it's
of habit in
okay.
my head.
No, it's okay. Yeah, it's just like something to be mindful of. For me,
Sure.
I know what led me because I was not very enthusiastic about Biden. I was like, okay, I'm gonna vote for him, but it's like whatever. I'm way more enthusiastic about
Sure.
Kamala. Just on the basis of like the stark contrast between Biden and Trump, that watching the debate between Biden and Trump was painful. That was agonizing. These people are both very
Very true.
clearly like too old, and they're like they're about the same age.
Exactly.
They're way too old. So to actually know that I had the possibility of voting for someone who's younger, coherent, energized, who doesn't just say like gibberish. Like I thought her performance during the debate was just incredible. She like really slaughtered in that debate. Whereas Trump was ranting and rambling about nonsense. I don't know. Like I just think that like the contrast is what energized so many voters, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, hey, I appreciate you letting me on. I watch you a lot. I like what you do. I like the fact that you actually back stuff up. Keep doing it, man.
Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, consider voting for Kamala in this
I
upcoming
am.
election. Yep, appreciate it.
Bye.
Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Drop in a follow if you never want to miss a single debate in the future. Share it with your friends. Drop a comment as well. Big W for the guest for being so open-minded as well in the comment section. I appreciate you. I appreciate conversations like that. Drop a follow if you never want to miss a debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. We talk politics, religion, philosophy. Only join if you're 18 or older, but it's discord.gg/allegedlyian. What's up? How's it going, Tiffany?
Good. Are you only taking Trump supporters?
I'll talk to an undecided voter as well.
Okay. One of the things that I really look at besides character, which I don't really find a lot about Trump's character, positive or uniting, but I look at policy, and whenever candidates are running for president, they always run on certain promises, correct? Or certain pieces of legislation that they'd like to pass.
Yeah, typically, yeah.
And I just kind of remember Trump running on Mexico and the border, infrastructure, repeal and replace Obamacare. And another big thing he ran on was locking Hillary Clinton up, lock her up. And I didn't see any of those things get done. Now, I know during the Biden administration, I remember during COVID, them, and I could see this happening because I saw a lot of small businesses closing in the town I live in. And the unemployment rate getting so high, I thought we were going to hit a recession. But in fact, we never did. And that's quite clearly because of the experience, I remember during Obama and Biden, Biden kind of spearheading the growth and the economic recovery after the 2008 recession. So he has a lot of experience in that area. And I've kind of seen him stick to his promises as well as get the largest infrastructure package passed since Eisenhower. So I'm really leaning towards Harris, and I'm kind of unbelievably just baffled how anybody could not see it differently. Because
Yeah.
we don't elect presidents. I look at sort of what's happened with politics, and it's almost like you're at a football game, right? Like this is the
Yeah.
big bully badass team, and then this team isn't the big bully badass. So we've got like, I feel it's like the bullies and the jocks and this type of group of people that are running for Trump, yet there's nothing that I saw him pass that created the economy they speak of. There is not one piece of legislation that he passed. But we did see from his tariffs, 500 farmers going out of business or bankrupt, the bailouts that had to be done, the oil companies, or I'm not sorry, the oil companies, but the refineries. There was a lot of things that happened during that administration that I just think that people aren't remembering. But I don't,
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm 50 and I don't anymore look at the presidency really so much for myself, but the future generations. And I have 5 kids and I have 7 grandkids. And a couple of them are little girls, little babies. Like I have a 3-year-old granddaughter, and I want her to grow up with all the rights and the things that I did. And I just don't see that with the Trump presidency happening. A matter of fact, the way we've really linked Project 2025 with a lot of things that are on Project 2025 already coming into fruition. Like things have already been passed off of that piece
Yeah.
of, and I don't see them making this huge, like, 1,000-page almost document to not use it, right? I just don't see that.
Yeah,
That's all I
and
wanted to add to the conversation.
oh, okay, wait. But are you undecided, or because I know you said you were leaning towards Harris, but
I'm
are
leaning
you?
towards Harris. I was not quite sure. I mean, I really like Biden. I think that Biden was great and everything. I think Harris, of course, yeah, I'm leaning towards Harris.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely, for sure.
So
But I mean,
if I could give you like maybe just like another reason to make you like even more sure in your opinion, if what you care about is the future, then I think that it's really worth bringing up all the ways that Harris has invested in our future. Climate change, as I'm sure you know, is one of the biggest existential threats to the continued humanity or the continued existence of humanity, to all of the future generations who are going to be dealing with the harsh consequences. We're already dealing with the harsh consequences. In the Inflation Reduction Act and in the infrastructure bill, there were massive investments into green and renewable energies to stave off climate change, which is going to help keep our future generations safe.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And I do see scientifically a lot of that being a fact of climate change. I mean, the weather is very different from when I was little. It's just hotter and hotter and hotter, you can tell. But, I would also say that what I do like about her policy is she got, I read some of her policy and stuff that she has. She actually got experts to come in and help create her policy on the economy and other things, like the best of the best. So that,
Yeah.
I mean, she like did not, leave out anything as far as policy goes. And I think that's why some of her stance has changed. And I like that. Like if you see something that works better than what you maybe previously believed would be better for the country. And that's what I like in a leader. And that's what's even leaning me more towards her, is she's willing to be open-minded about things that would possibly be better as she's shown that stuff. That's what I like in a leader, not being so egotistical that it has to go their way or the highway.
Purdy, thank you so much. Big W Purdy in the comment section.
I mean, I'll just
I
say
agree with all of that.
lastly,
Yeah.
I'll just say lastly, in you look at all of these Republicans that are supporting Kamala because of our democracy. And then on top of that, everybody that worked with Trump has their own experience of what to say of why he would not be good a second time around. And I hear a lot of people say that he didn't do it the first time, but we had, guardrails and things in place where he just wasn't able to. Like,
Yeah.
like during the BLM protests and stuff, can we pew pew protesters with the military in the legs?
Yeah.
Like, things like that. Just like crazy. He has like scary ideas of what he wants to do with things. And then if I look at things like now that he's talking about, and then I go into the data and the statistics, it doesn't support what he's saying, like Mexico and keeping all of the car industry here, when quite literally what he passed, there was a policy that was switched, I think. It moved all of it over there as long as the parts were made, 75% of the parts were made here in the US.
Yeah,
So the
definitely.
data just doesn't back up what he's saying. So I just can't go with
Many
Trump.
such cases, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it
All
seems like
right.
you're already voting for Kamala, but I appreciate
You
you coming
know
up
I
here.
am, dude.
All right. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a follow as well if you never want to miss a debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Appreciate any and all support. It allows me to go longer for every single day. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. Only join if you're 18 or older, but we talk politics, religion, philosophy. I notify you every time I go live, so you'll never miss a live because you'll always be notified. What's up? How's it going? Are you voting for Trump?
I have never voted for Trump. I have always voted for Democrats in the past.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
in the 2 times I voted for Obama. One time I voted for Clinton, Hillary Clinton. And one time I voted for Biden. And right now, I am feeling very disappointed
By what?
with Democrats. And I feel like they don't deserve my vote
Why?
because they have misled the public.
About
They
what?
have spent too much money. They just wasted too much money in stimulus and all these things. They just splurged on themselves. They are spending too much money on wars where the country is actually suffering. And more than anything else, the Epstein's list, 3 years. It happened during Trump's time. They said, oh, Trump must be responsible for this. That's why we don't have the list anymore. That's why they are not giving out all the details. Now, 3 years the president is in power. Who are they protecting? And this is very disturbing for me that they are not able to give a clear answer on what all the names are there in that list and why those names are protected. I hear Bill Clinton's name is on that list. Bill Gates' name is on that list. All these people, why their names are not being published, I don't understand. And this is very, very disturbing for me. So that's the reason why I want to know why I should vote for this lady who calls herself Harris, and she has not done anything. She is not getting the list out, and nobody's even talking about that in the debate. And I find it disturbing why I should vote for her. I'm really very, very, I'm convinced not to vote for her.
Okay, so there's a couple of things here. So in terms of spent lots of money on stimulus, this is going to be equally true of Trump as well, who also spent lots of money on stimulus. Also, this wasn't just like putting money into like random people's pockets. This was helping stimulate a slowed down economy at a time where it desperately needed it. It's because of actions like this that our economy bounced back quicker than any of the other G7 countries. In terms of spending tons of money, if that's what you're concerned about, Biden spent, I think, like half as much as Harris did over the course. And in fact, Harris
I don't think
invested in
Trump
our
gave as much
long-term
money out in
future
stimulus as
via
Biden
things
did.
like the
That's my opinion.
Infrastructure
Trump
Act
didn't
and the
spend that
Inflation
much in
Reduction
Biden.
Act. What?
That's all I say. Okay, Trump didn't spend as much because I know how much I got.
He spent
I know how
twice
much
as
I got.
much.
So I got
Purdy, thank you so much.
more
Appreciate
from
it.
Biden. I got way more from Biden than I got from Trump because I know how much I got in my bank balance.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
got
no, of
more
course.
from Biden. I got very little from Trump. And the point for me is, I didn't need this money. Why is he sending me this money?
Okay, so
My point is, he is giving money to the wrong people. Biden
So if
is
you-
giving money to the wrong people and making rich people more rich. And that's not good for me.
So, are you aware that Biden or that Trump deficit spent like 2 times the amount that Biden did? That he spent double the amount with the
No,
deficit
I have been
spending?
watching both this presidency very
Okay.
closely. I'm a financial engineer. I've been watching both the presidencies very closely. I work on Wall Street, so I know how much what the net debt, what was the national debt before Trump got in, what was the national debt at that time Trump got out, what was the national debt right now. I know all these numbers, and I see that in the last 3 years we have acquired 40% of the national debt in total, just in the last 3 years. 40%. And most of it is because of stimulus, and more than, forget the stimulus, that's one small part. Spending on war. Spending on war. Giving $60 billion to Israel. It's our money, you giving out to Israel.
Yeah, I certainly
And this
agree
is
with
what you're
that.
doing. Why the fuck should I give a penny to Israel?
Yeah,
When
I
my
agree.
people are
You shouldn't.
suffering, I shouldn't
You
give penny to
shouldn't.
Israel.
Hmm.
I don't have to
Unfortunately,
give penny to Israel when my people here are suffering. There is
yeah,
somebody in America who is still not able to find food for her baby. That lady should be given this money, not a penny to Israel, but
I
Democrats
agree.
still giving money to Israel. They're
Hmm.
just taking and loading and loading and loading. And Republicans trying to stall this bill. And Ukraine, on top of that, why should I give any money to Ukraine? Who is
Well,
Ukrainian to
for
me? Who is
yeah,
Ukrainian to me? Who is Ukrainian? My father, my daddy, my
excuse me.
sister, my brother? Who is that guy?
So there's a couple of things going on here. I agree. We probably shouldn't be giving money to Israel. Definitely shouldn't be supporting a state that engages or is built on ethnic cleansing. I 100% agree with all of that. Unfortunately, no choice is itself a choice. That if you choose not to vote for Kamala and then Trump wins, he's going to be giving more money to Israel. Whereas a nation that's actually fighting a war which is just,
So why
like a
can't Kamala
defensive
stop
war
giving right
is
now?
Ukraine.
Right
Ukraine
now,
has been
as I said,
invaded,
as
and
we are
if you
talking,
care,
soldiers are
hold
being
on,
sent.
excuse me, if you care about stability in the global order, you should be heavily supportive of trying to support Ukraine in any way you can. One thing that is in the interest of the American people is to keep Russia away from global hegemony. It is imperative that Russia
Why
loses
should
this
I
war
spend money to
on
Russia to keep Russia
moral
away from global
grounds.
hegemony? Why should I?
What?
Why should? What is that problem? If Russia invades Ukraine, how am I going to be affected?
Okay, so do you want the Ukrainian army to win, or do you want the
I
Russian
don't
army to
care who
win?
wins. I don't want to spend money. I don't want
Okay,
my
gotcha.
money to be spent.
Why are
I want
you
my I want the money to be
indifferent?
spent for the poor people in my country than the
Why
poor
are you
people in Ukraine.
indifferent about a conflict where one of the sides is
My
literally
people are
using
okay. See, my people are
rape
struggling,
as
right?
a weapon
Hungry,
of
right?
war?
We have
Excuse
hungry
me.
people in USA, right? We have
Excuse me.
hungry people in USA.
Excuse me.
People dying in
Why are
USA.
wait, excuse me. Why are you indifferent about a war wherein one side literally uses rape as a weapon of war? Why are you
I think
indifferent to
both sides
this?
uses the same thing. So I'm
They
indifferent
don't.
because both sides uses it.
They don't.
I'm
Well,
sorry,
so
US also
it's going to
uses
be a
it.
systemic problem
US
in all
also uses
armies.
my own country uses
It's a
it. So I don't really
systemic
care so much.
problem. It's a
What
systemic
have you seen
problem in every
Vietnam War?
army.
What we
But
did in
Russia
Vietnam?
uses it
We did it in Vietnam.
systematically. It
We
is
did it in
literally a
Vietnam.
part of Russia's tactics to
See,
do
we did it
this.
in Vietnam too. So we have
Yes,
no
yeah,
right
and
to advise
wait.
Russia.
And
When
it was
we
and it was
did it in
wrong.
Vietnam,
And it was
we have no
wrong.
right to
It was
advise
wrong of
Russia.
us to do that. It was wrong. We shouldn't
So
have.
why are you
Which is
advising
why
Russia? Same thing. You
similarly,
don't have any rights to
it's
such it. And I
wrong.
don't want to spend my money.
Hold
You
on,
are
hold
you
on,
are arguing on the wrong side.
hold on, which is why it's also wrong when Russia does it, and we need to oppose these kinds of things.
Not by spending money. Not by spending money.
It's
Go
not
talk about
spending
it in the
new
UN.
money. It's not spending new
Go
money. It's a
talk in the
reallocation of money
UN.
that already
Don't send
existed.
my money to these people. Talk in the
It's a
UN.
reallocation of the money that already existed for the
My
military.
money, no, reallocation, my money, tax money. My tax
Yes,
money, you are these
it is
politicians,
a
your Democratic
reallocation
politicians are
of
just
money
giving
that
it
was
away.
already going to the military.
Recall it. Don't send it to the military. Recall it.
It is
And spend for poverty. You
literally
can. So
in our
it's an
okay. Wait.
accounting thing. You can do anything you want in accounting as long as the money is
Do
not
you
spent. You can do
do
many
you
things you
enjoy
don't want to do.
do you enjoy living in a world without nuclear war?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so if you want to keep that world, you want to stave off conflict.
Yes,
We
you
don't
don't
want to
go
go
to
back
fight.
to a world of the Cold
Yes.
War.
See, what
Oh,
happens
the
if you
world of the
provoke
Cold
Putin?
War is what's going to happen
How
again
are you
if
helping us by
Russia
provoking Putin?
regains its hegemony by
How are you helping
overtaking
your
all of these
case by
territories.
provoking Putin? How are you helping your case of global stability by provoking Putin?
That's the interesting thing, right? Is by being
Yeah, you start on.
strong. Wait,
You're
hold
supposed to be in
on.
Ukraine.
Hold
USA should
on.
not be in Ukraine.
Hold on.
USSR can be in
Hold
Ukraine.
on.
You should not be in
Hold
Ukraine.
on.
But
We're
by
not in
being in
Ukraine.
Ukraine, you
Hold
are
on.
committing the crime.
Hold on. We're not in Ukraine.
America is committing the
Fun
crime.
fact. We don't have any boots on the ground in Ukraine. I don't know if you
You
knew
know
that.
that for sure.
Yeah.
We have our weapons. How did we get our weapons in Ukraine? How does
We
a missile
sent
land in
them
Ukraine?
our weapons to help them in
How?
their war
Do
effort.
they fly by themselves?
Which is one in our
Do those
strategic
weapons? Are you
interest,
just a UPS?
and
You send by
two,
UPS?
justified.
Did you send your weapons by UPS or by FedEx?
Did we send
have
them?
to send
Are
them
you
through
are
your
you
sources
interested?
only.
If you're
You
interested
have
in
to
the
send them and leave
hold
them in
on,
your bases only.
hold on.
Telling me only weapons
Sorry,
without soldiers
sorry,
is bullshit for me.
sorry. If you're interested in the supply lines, I'm sure we could figure it out. But right now, what I'm doing is explaining to you why it's in our strategic interest to be supporting Ukraine, unless, of course, you want to go back to the world
I
of the
don't want
Cold
to
War.
spend money. I don't care
Russia's
about any strategic interest where I have to spend money.
sorry. Russia's plan is to expand
spend my
and
money.
Sorry,
My
and
buddy, you cannot
recreate
spend
the
my
war.
money.
Sorry,
You can't make a
and
decision on my money. I'm sorry, but you're sorry.
sorry,
I
and
am sorry, but
recreate.
you're sorry. You
and
guys cannot come and
sorry,
spend my money.
sorry,
I've never paid single penny
sorry,
in taxes. So how much do you
sorry.
make? Do you have a
Sorry,
job?
and recreate.
Do you
oh, it's
have a
fine,
job? Do you
whatever.
have a full
And recreate the world of the Cold War. This is going to be done by them retaking their hegemony, which is literally the stated plan of the Kremlin. This is their plan. Explicitly, this is their plan to recreate the world that created the Cold War in the first place. The way wars break out is by competing power conflicts. If Russia is striving for world hegemony like they were in the Cold War, we will be thrown back into a security dilemma with them. If you value living in a world without nuclear war, then it's going to be in your interest to support Ukraine because it weakens Russia.
Have you held a job in your life?
Yes, I have a job right now. Yeah, I pay taxes.
How much do you pay in taxes?
I'm not interested in sharing my personal details with
you.
you.
Pay taxes.
I'm not interested in sharing my
Okay,
personal
so you don't
details
even
with
pay
you.
taxes. You're just
I
doing a
do pay
freeloading
taxes.
on
I'm just not interested in sharing my personal
and
details
you are
with
giving me
you.
advice. Is that what it is?
I'm not
You're
giving you
freeloading
personal
on the
advice.
American. You
I'm
are just
giving
a
you
freeloader
international relations
who is
advice.
you are a freeloader giving national security advice to a guy who actually pays
A
taxes.
freeloader, I pay
How
taxes as well. I'm
interesting
not
this is.
interested.
You are a
I'm not
freeloader. You don't even pay
interested
taxes.
in
You
telling
can't even
you
declare.
my
You know how
personal
much I pay in
financial
taxes?
information.
You know how much I pay? I pay thousands of dollars in taxes every month. You don't pay that much. And
I
you
also
giving
pay
me
thousands
advice.
of dollars in taxes each month.
You pay thousands of dollars in taxes each
Yes.
month. And
I think
you're
like
telling me that
1,200 each month.
1,200 each month. You know,
Yeah.
thousands. I pay $3,000 in taxes. Just taxes alone. $3,000 a month.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, that's a lot of
Again,
money that I'm
wait,
paying
hold
in
on,
taxes.
hold on. Wait, we're pivoting. So it seems like you couldn't
So you
contend on the
don't know
international
what
relations
value of money
argument.
is, and you advise
Hold
me.
hold
A
on.
guy
Seems
who
like you.
who's paying
Hold on,
$1,200 in
hold
taxes in a
on,
month
hold on.
is advising a
Hold
guy
on.
who is paying 3 times taxes that he
Yeah,
should just
what
part
I
from the money
what
or
I
ask me
have done
questions.
is read up lots on international relations. Now, could you sketch me the corresponding relevant facts? Why is the amount of money I pay in taxes relevant to my opinion on international relations? Could you draw that for me?
Because you don't know what it costs to maintain these relationships, and you want me to bear the burden.
I do know exactly
you
what
want
it
me
costs.
to pay for your desires.
I know
You
exactly
want me
what
to
it
pay for your
costs.
desires and
Wait,
fantasies.
these are your desires too.
No,
You
it's not my
literally said you
desires.
don't
It's
want a
your
nuclear
desire.
war. If you
No,
don't
my
want a
desire is
nuclear
not
war,
want
these
to
are your
war
desires
by
too.
not provoking the enemy, but you want
If
to provoke
you
the enemy at my expense
don't, so
and
the way
avoid a
you
war.
keep the hold on, okay, whatever. If you want to keep the enemy at bay, the way to do this is by maintaining strong ally
Why do you think they are
relationships.
enemy? Who's your enemy is not my enemy. We first have
Is,
to
wait,
agree on who is
is
an enemy and who
Russia
is
not
not
your
an enemy.
enemy?
A guy
Are
who
you
has
not
not attacked me
opposed
is
to the
not my
tactics
enemy.
used by the Russian
You are the
army?
one who says a guy who's
Are
actually
you
attacked Ukraine
opposed
is
to
my
the
enemy is your
tactics of the
problem,
Russian
not my
army?
problem.
Are you
You see, you
opposed to the
want to call the
tactics
guy
of
who
the
attacked
Russian army?
Ukraine as your enemy.
Are you
I don't
opposed
want
to
to
the
do that.
tactics of the Russian army?
I don't care.
You don't care, but
No,
the
absolutely
fact
don't
that they
care
use
because they are not
that they
bothering me. They
use
are attacking me.
rape
They
as
are
a
not
weapon of
attacking
war.
my country or my people.
You
My
don't
United
care
States
that they
Army also
use
did the same
rape
thing in
as a
Vietnam.
tactic.
So I don't have to care.
Wait, buddy,
The United States Army did the
buddy,
same thing in Vietnam. Therefore, I don't have
friends.
to care.
Yeah, and that's bad.
Yeah, I
Rape is
don't
bad,
care.
actually.
You want to care. Take
Rape
your money.
is
You know what? You pay
bad,
3 times as much.
actually.
You go to
It's
the government and say,
bad.
I want
It's a
you to take
bad
more
thing.
money of my taxes, more
We
money.
should
I'll
we
pay
should
an
strive for
entire
less of
paycheck
it.
to you.
You're crashing out right now. Just calm down. It's bad when these things happen in war. And the fact that Russia is using this systematically as
pay
a
for it, my
weapon
friend.
of
You can pay for
war,
it from
the
your money.
fact that they are using it systematically as a weapon of war is crazy.
Great, but your fantasy should be sponsored by your money only, not my money.
It's not fantasy, it's
Your
reality.
fantasies of being able to protect the entire world with
It's
money
not fantasy,
should be.
it's
Yeah, your fantasy
reality.
you can
It's the
force me.
reality
Your
you live
fantasy
in,
is that
whether
American,
you want to
American
hide away
army
from it.
can somehow protect
Damn,
the
you
whole
are a
world.
crazy
And by
yapper.
that
We
you want
got
to spend
we
my
got a
money.
yapping
Okay?
Yolanda over here.
So you don't have any practical experience in life, but you want to give people experience, life experience.
It's not
You're
life
even- how
advice.
old
I'm not
are
giving
you?
anybody life
How old
advice.
are you? Do you have,
I'm not
what
giving
is your job?
anybody
Have you
life
had a regular
advice.
job in your life? Have you
Yeah,
ever-
I currently
or are
hold
you
a job
working out
right
of your
now.
grandparent- Are you working on your parents' basement?
No.
Do you have your own apartment?
I do have my own apartment, yeah.
How much do you pay in rent?
I'm not gonna share my personal financial
I'm
details
just
with you.
not personal. How much you pay in rent? Will you get there?
I pay like $2,000 in rent each month.
So where do you live?
I'm not. What the fuck?
Which I don't. Which state?
Latitude 33,
Which state?
longitude
Which state?
negative
Which state you live?
456.
Knowing your state not going to make me get it. Which state you live?
I'm not interested in sharing my personal information with you, dog.
So if you're living in like state like California, then I know you're living in a shitty state. Then I can
I'm not
understand. your situation.
interested in sharing my personal
So if you're living in
information
a
with
rich
you.
state, a rich blue state, now I know that you are living in somebody's
I'm
basement.
not interested
Okay.
in sharing my. Let's just respect each other's
So
boundaries,
you're
okay?
smoking out of somebody's basement and you're giving advice on internet.
I'm not. I live in my own apartment, but I'm not interested in giving out my personal information to you. Let's just respect each other's
experience
boundaries.
in life. You have no experience in paying taxes. You have no experience
I
holding a
pay
job.
taxes. I
You
live
don't-
on
you
my
have
own. I
kids?
hold a job
Do you have
currently.
kids? Do you have relationship? Do you have a
Yes,
wife?
I have a relationship and kids.
You have kids. Okay.
Yes.
Are you married?
Yes,
Married with kids.
married with
Working out of
kids.
basement.
No, I live in my own
Living out of the
apartment.
$2,000 apartment, married with kids, living out of
Thank
a
you
$2,000
so much, Blue.
apartment.
Appreciate it. Big W Blue in the comment section.
That's a
Yeah,
really
babbling Bruno indeed. God, what? Yeah, that's like 20 minutes I'll never get back. Holy fuck. But it is good, like rhetorical practice to practice for people like talking over you, I guess. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a follow as well. If you never want to miss a debate in the future, if you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian, Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. Make sure you're sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you want to join the community, link to the Discord in my bio. It's fixed now, so feel free. What's up, y'all? Hey,
How you doing, sir?
doing well. Are you voting for Trump?
No, I just wanted to see how you're doing.
Oh, I'm doing well. Oh, it's you! No fucking way.
Hey, don't swear at me.
Hey, sorry about that. Are
Hey,
you
so
voting for
I have a
Harris?
quick question. No, I mean,
Yeah.
all you guys have stopped doing the God debates. It's just because the election, yeah?
Well, yeah, it's like a super important election. Yeah, I'm going back to the God debates after I'm done.
Do you miss them?
I miss parts of them. I miss like the logic involved in God debates, that there's like some level of like philosophical engagement, whereas most of these debates are literally just people not knowing basic facts. I don't know. Do you miss
How come
them?
you're so passionate? How come like all of you debaters are so passionate about this election?
It's extremely scary for me. What it is the fact that Donald Trump literally tried to coup our country. That's terrifying. That he wants to suspend the Constitution on day one.
I'm gonna be real with you. Both sides kind of weird me out.
That's fair, but I think only one side. So I have tons of critiques of the Democrats. I think the Democrats are weird and bad. Unfortunately, the Republicans are like 10 times worse.
But how do we really know that?
I mean, are you aware with like all the stuff related to the elector plot to steal the election?
Yeah, but why do I feel like they're just like two sides on the same coin?
That's just not true, right?
And so
So one of them tried to steal the election by slating 7 false slates of electors. They literally tried to send these electors to the state capitol saying, we won. They forged documents.
yeah. But like, what do you think of whenever Kamala gets like asked questions? Do you think she actually like says anything, or is she just kind of talking about how she was raised in the McDonald's? Like, does she really be saying anything when she gets asked these questions, or does she just have like this like media training?
Listen, sometimes she answers them, sometimes she doesn't. I think she probably answers more than Trump, though. But like, I don't know. I think it's pretty standard for politicians. And if you want to say that it's like sad that our political system is at this place where politicians don't actually engage with questions, I'd agree with you. I think it is pretty sad. Unfortunately, this is the system we're giving, and no choice is still a choice.
Looking like the only hope is Jesus.
Maybe.
That's the case.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
what do you think about people saying and proof coming out that people are getting paid?
Like who specifically?
I don't know, influencers getting paid by the DNC. What do you think about that?
I just don't think that that's true, because I think
Like, there's
all
been
their
proof. Like, people have come out with like screenshots and stuff.
what's
like that.
I guess I just need to see the proof, but that seems super illegal.
This girl I know who went to my school, moved to LA, made money. I'm not going to explain how, but she literally has proof. Her and her friend got offered by the DNC and this to sign an NDA as well.
I think I just need to see it. But I mean, why? That seems kind of implausible, right? Why would the DNC be contracting these people if
why
they're
would
already
they?
so
If
opposed to
they're
the
using,
DNC
like-
that they're willing to like take screenshots and leak them?
If they're using like Megan Thee Stallion and doing like anything to appeal to the young voters, why wouldn't they go out of their way to get certain influencers?
So influencers for what?
Influencers influence, so of course.
Wait. So, was Megan Thee Stallion paid?
Well, she was used by Kamala at, I think, one of her rallies. Am I wrong?
I know she was, but
You're saying both sides do this too,
I'm just wondering, because I'm wondering if there was even like payment for this.
but there had to have been. But like a bunch of people left the rally after the performance, like they went to the concert.
I wouldn't be surprised if
Here's
she
a
wasn't
joke.
paid.
This political.
I agree. I think that, well, I don't know. I think parts of it are very silly, but still politics is very important, and that given two bad options, we do need to pick the lesser of the two. Would you ever vote for someone who endorsed a Nazi for governor?
No shot.
No shot?
No, Nazis are weird.
Yeah. Elizabeth, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, Trump endorsed one. He literally endorsed the governor of North Carolina,
And
who
both
says,
sides.
quote, "I am a black Nazi."
Both sides are weird, bro.
They are weird, I agree. But I think one is like substantially more weird.
Is that true though?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know, bro.
I mean, like, can you give me the Democrat who's been held civilly liable for like sexual assault?
They be doing weirder stuff than that. Like, I feel like they're a part of some demonic cult.
Proof?
Probably good at hiding it.
Also, Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25 on
Well,
Venmo. Huge W, Elizabeth, in the comment section. Thank you so
listen.
much.
The Geneva Bible, which came out like 51 years before the King James, they changed King James. It says, King James says we wrestle not with flesh and blood, and they took out worldly governors. So Geneva is telling us that evil people are worldly governors. And then
What?
51
Isn't
years
this just a
later-
translation?
Yeah, but it's a translation that they purposely hid. It's like the real translation.
And who did this translation?
King James, which is considered like the...
Yeah, wait, but who did the translation for the... What connection does this have to the Democrats?
I'm saying all our governors and people in power are most likely just evil people. That's why I don't care for either side, and I'm saying it's the same side of the coin.
I just think that that's like an irresponsible way to go about living your life. I think
It's
that
the
there's...
sad truth.
If you
because
look at
people
the
who are-
actions
what
that
kind
these
of
people have
actual
actually
person wants
taken,
power?
it's like kind of just not comparable. Right?
Both
Like, what do these
sides
people
don't care. Both
literally
sides
tried
genuinely
to
don't
coup
care.
the
I just love
government?
this. They
One of
genuinely
these people has like invested in our future and made critical contributions to fight off things like climate change. One of these
I've heard
people have been
Kamala's
held civilly
locked up
liable
people for no
for
reason.
sexual assault.
I've heard she's locked up people for no reason. Like I don't think either side's genuinely care. Like
Which
Jesus,
people have she locked up for no reason?
like Jesus is the only one who's gonna be there for you.
Wait, but which people has she locked up for no reason?
The fact that I'm sorry, something caught my eye. Okay, anyways, but yeah. That tells you all you need to know, bro. The Geneva Bible had "We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but worldly governors," and then King James.
I'm more of a nonfiction preferer myself.
I'm just saying, bro. It told us that the evil that we deal with are in high places, like governors, presidents, these types of things.
I mean, if what you care about is the Bible, Trump broke one of the 10 commandments. He cheated on his wife with a porn star.
Bro, I'm telling you how it is. Both of them probably aren't good. Just telling you how.
Yeah, wait, but Trump literally broke one of the 10 commandments. Could you point to me the commandment that Kamala has broken?
Well, they endorse sacrificing babies.
They sure don't. Do you have even a shred of evidence for that?
I mean, okay. But like I said, both sides are.
But do you have But do you have even a shred of evidence for that? Do you have any
For
evidence
what?
at all?
For what?
Literally anything.
A shred of evidence for what? The babies?
Yeah, for the babies, yeah.
There's a lot of weird stuff going on with abortion.
Like what?
Well, you'd have to believe in a spiritual realm to even think that abortion is not what it actually is. And you're not a spiritual person based on our previous conversations, so. Right?
Do you have literally any evidence that people are like, I assume you're
Are you
talking about like
spiritual?
adrenochrome or
No,
whatnot.
none of that. Are you spiritual?
No.
Okay, then we can't really have this conversation. Trying to tell people is that the evil that we deal with is both left and right, and Jesus is the only way, the truth, and the life. And I thank you for allowing me to come up here and chat.
Okay. I mean, that's just nonsense, but
Not nonsense, bro. Because if you you literally agreed that both sides don't have good intentions.
yeah, well, I don't know if I'd say both sides in terms of
You said
intentions.
that.
So I think both sides ultimately do bad things, but in terms of intentions, I know for a fact that Trump has bad intentions just based on the January 6th committee report. I've seen no evidence that Kamala has bad intentions.
Well, both sides want to profit off war because they probably listen to someone even higher up than them that we don't know.
Who is this person who's even higher up than them?
I don't know, but if we look at the past, bro, like the Democrats haven't, war has happened no matter who's in charge. No side makes an effort to actually stop war. They
Well,
wanna
yes, they
profit
do.
off of it.
Absolutely, they do.
Democrats
So-
will act like they don't like war, but they'll do it even more.
Yeah, which is so. This is why it's actually essential that Kamala has a different international relations policy than Joe does. Specifically, Joe seems to approach things from an international relations theory called liberalism, where he sees states as like good guys, bad guys, whereas Kamala seems to approach things more from what's called a realist perspective in international relations, where what she's focused on is building up our alliance networks. Building up your alliance network actually does prevent war. If you have a strong alliance network, then nobody's going to mess with any of your allies. That's why all the people that we have security guarantees to don't get messed with. All the members of NATO, Europe is enjoying unprecedented amount of peace under the current alliance network that we exist under. The international relations policy that Kamala is taking absolutely reduces war, definitely.
Somebody just said if Kamala wins, there's going to be World War III.
I disagree. In fact, I could argue pretty easily that if Trump wins, there's going to be World War III. Isolationism, pulling out all of your global influence, doesn't make things better. It actually makes things worse. What we do if Trump wins is forfeit our ability to influence who wins these conflicts. There's still going to be a winner in the war between Russia and Ukraine. It's just that we no longer have any influence over it. Now Russia gets to decide who the winner is. If we pull our support from Taiwan, Now, a winner is still going to be declared between China and Taiwan. It's just that now China gets to decide. A winner is still going to be declared between South Korea, Japan, and North Korea. It's just that now North Korea gets to decide who that winner is. That's the deal about international relations, is that there's going to be a winner. It's just about forfeiting who actually gets to decide that. And with strong alliance networks, we get to decide very strongly which countries win and which countries don't.
I hear you. Yeah, but faith in God is what you need. Can't put faith in Donald Trump or Kamala, because no one's going to save you. Quite frankly, Jesus Christ is the way.
All right, I think this is just a troll, but whatever. Appreciate you coming on up. Probably let that go on for too long, but make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Drop a follow if you enjoyed the debates. Never want to miss them in the future. Holy fucking shit! Are you fucking like power sanding your microphone? Jesus. All right, let's try to get to the next one. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 24. I wanted to ask, did Kamala address any issues with Gaza and Ukraine in her campaign, and how she will address those issues?
Yeah, absolutely. So first, she has been working very closely with Zelensky. Wait, first of all, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm from Ukraine, and I'm just wondering, and I'm also, my heart goes to Gaza because I live currently in Ukraine, and I don't know how it is. So, you know.
I'm happy to answer this, but I'm going to move on to the next one. So the way that she's supporting Palestine is by actually empathizing with the plight of the Palestinian people, whereas Trump wants Israel to end it. She actually recognizes the injustices that have been suffered by the Palestinian people, at least to some degree. Now, her policy wouldn't be my policy, but it's much better than Trump's policy. Additionally, she's been working very closely with Zelensky in order to actually actualize a victory, that she was there sharing intel about the invasion of Russia, and she's been spearheading the alliance building necessary for all of this. So yeah, she's done pretty substantial things for both Ukraine and for Palestine. But make sure you're dropping a follow, doing all that good stuff. What's up, Stan? How's it going?
Hey, Ian. Yeah, I've been a follower of yours for quite a while because I'm agnostic, atheist, whatever.
Appreciate it. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. This is where we depart, buddy. I'm really sorry. I really love you, but
we'll see if we can't do something about that. Why are you voting for Trump?
Well, number one, I'm pro-Israel, and you really hurt my feelings there when I listened to you, all the stuff you say, and I really just think you're wrong. You're just wrong about that conflict completely.
Do you acknowledge the ethnic cleansing that occurred in 1948?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So what do you think the Nakba was?
Well, honestly, they did get the UN passed it and they put them in there, but I will tell you, if you go to Israel now, there's no ethnic cleansing. Now, whether you said it was founded a certain way, the ethnic cleansing is definitely on the Hamas side. And you're talking about the difference between a democracy and a T group that actually there is no democracy. They had one election, and then they eliminated the other party by throwing them off buildings.
Sure, wait, but are you familiar with what happened in 1948 during the Nakba?
You know what? There's two sides to that story. You could tell me yours. I'd have to do some research on it because I'm not, I don't just carry that on the tip of my tongue. I don't have it. But
yeah, so essentially what happened was that the state of Israel, they came into existence and then they mass expelled tons of Palestinian people. These Palestinian people have a right to return to their homeland.
Well, I tell you what, I do know, and by what little research I'd done in the past, when they actually the surrounding countries, they said just leave. They told the people to leave. Some of them stayed in their homes, and they still have those homes today. Not all of them, but some of them still have their homes to this day. But the surrounding countries, the Arab countries said, leave, get out of there, and we will wipe them off the map, and it's all your territory. And so there's some differences in opinions there. But
wait, what's your account of, do you acknowledge the right of return that the Arab people have?
No, not at all.
So you don't believe in the right of return? That you don't think that if people are expelled from their homeland that they deserve to be able to come back to it?
Well, the only way I think that they can return is just to let Israel run Gaza and take away the ideology that they've fomented with the schools. If you see the pictures of the little kids with arms and the plays where they have them eliminating Jewish people, all these little things that you can see when you go research and do them that, the left just doesn't do. And so, just the whole thing with Netanyahu, coming to the States and her, intentionally not showing up as the president of the sentence to listen to what Netanyahu had to say.
Wait. Are you aware with the fact that she met with Netanyahu behind closed doors?
Only because she had to, but she didn't want to do it publicly.
Wait, what? It sounds if my understanding is that she was just busy with something else. But because I do think that this is going to be important, ethically, that there is some sort of okay. So, do you agree that justice is people getting the thing that they deserve?
Okay, well, you're spreading out that it's things that they deserve. Now, what qualifies as being deserved? They don't.
It's left very open, of course, but if somebody came into your house, kicked you out of it, and now you are in just a completely unfamiliar place, do you think that you should have a right to be in your house, to come back to your house?
I will tell you that they negotiated the house many, many times over the history and tried to share the house with them. Even Yasser Arafat even came out and said, there's no way I could agree to recognize Israel's rights to exist because I would be eliminated by my own people. So if you have somebody that says, I can't live with you because I could never recognize your right to exist, there's just that you just have no starting point, So you've got to get rid of the ideology. Now, I will tell you, there's 2 million Arabs living in Israel, and they are living in they're in their mosques, and they walk on the streets together. They pretty much eliminated even the Christians in Palestine. There's only 1% left. So you look at the ideology that they are teaching their people and what they're standing for. It's all Islamic radicalism. Wake up, please, please. I know you're smarter than this. I know you. I listen to you. I love all the other stuff you say, but you're not getting it.
So wait, are you aware of all the ways that the Arab citizens, because you try to paint this lovely picture about how happy the Arabs are in Israel. Are you familiar with all the systemic legalized discrimination that they face?
Oh, absolutely. The discrimination I've seen, which you could find the articles if you wanted to, is when people come out to protest Fatah on the West Bank and they get shot in the knee for protesting. You got to look at what these people have to go to. It's all controlled. It is, it's like there's no democracy possible in the systems that they use. The only democracy is Israel, and Israel needs to take over Gaza and run it. And you know what? A lot of the countries, Oman, there's some that, the United Arab Emirates, they've come out and said, let Israel run it. We're Muslim. Let Israel run it because we don't want these extremists controlling the Middle East and spreading their hatred with the Muslim Brotherhood. Listen to what they say, my friend, please.
Yeah, so I think that we need to recognize the fundamental difference here. These groups stem out of the fact that there was an ethnic cleansing that affected 700,000 people. The violence of the attacker is not the same thing as the counter-violence of the person defending themselves. These things cannot be compared. They are not in the same category.
You
The
know,
violence of the trans woman who was stomping on the shooter at Club Q is not in the same category as the violence of the shooter at Club Q. We must
absolutely.
recognize this distinction.
You could never have trans people in Palestine or anywhere in the Arab world practically. You have gay pride parades in Israel, but you could never have it in Gaza or in West Bank. Not at all.
Can
ever.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you give me a source where Saudi Arabia said Israel should run it?
What?
You said that a majority of Muslim majority countries said Israel should just run it. Can you give me a source for that?
No. I would have to provide that and come back to you with it because I didn't join this live with it in front of me. It wasn't Saudi Arabia.
Which
It was
countries?
United Arab Emirates.
When did United Arab Emirates say that?
Well, not publicly, not the head, but one of the main princes there. He's
Which
on
prince?
he's on TikTok all the time. But I have
Which
him. I
prince?
follow him. I'd have to go dig up the name, but you should be able to do that research.
So some rando, yeah, I know that. I know the stances of like the Gulf countries. That's why I'm
Right,
asking.
there's several Gulf countries. You know, I'll tell you reason why
There's
they come
not
out.
one single Gulf country that has said that Israel should just run Palestine.
Okay, not the country itself, but princes
Okay.
and people in power. People in power in those countries. You know why? Because they're afraid of the Muslim Brotherhood influence.
Did he
growing
not?
in this
So the
country.
Muslim Brotherhood has nothing to do with the age group. They're two separate things.
They certainly are. Just
No,
like
they
they are
don't.
with Hezbollah. They sure are. They sure are. Hey,
The
that's why.
big H and H group in Gaza also have nothing to do with one another. Those are two separate groups.
Absolutely, they're all different, but they share the same
have to-
wish to destroy Israel, and they're all on the same book.
Yes, because why
They're
was
all on the same playbook.
why was the H group in Lebanon created?
You know, H group was brought in. That was all Iran money that was
No, I'm
funded
talking
by
about
the
the
Obama
H group in
administration.
Lebanon. When was the H group in Lebanon created?
We talking about there's two age groups. Yeah,
I'm talking about the age group in Lebanon. There's only one age group in Lebanon. When was it created?
I'd have to look up the date, darling. I don't know.
1982. Do you know what happened in 1982?
Probably it was before you were born.
So funny. Do you know what happened in 1982?
I know a lot of the history there, but you're just you're looking
So
you're
Big
searching for
H.
something. Go ahead.
No, Big H was created as a direct response to the Israeli invasion of southern Lebanon in 1982.
Oh no,
So-
no, that's not true.
It's
I
not
don't
true?
believe that at all. I don't believe that at
Okay.
all.
Can you make me bigger?
Yep, of course I can.
So let's see what the American government says actually. Why was Hezbollah? Are you sure you're going to say no?
You know what? I mean, Hezbollah came in without the willingness and took over, and they pretty much destroyed Lebanon.
That's not my question. Again, that's not my question. What are you sure you want to stick by Hezbollah not being created as a response?
I don't think it was created as a response. I think it's been a response against Israel from the beginning, from the foundation. So whatever you're going to come up with.
Hezbollah existed since the foundation. So are you saying Hezbollah existed since 1948?
There's Fatah, there's jihad, there's the Islamic Jihad. and they all fight each
Fatah
other.
is in Palestine. Fatah is in Palestine. Stick to Lebanon.
Well, wait a minute.
can you read
I
something
came on
for
here
me?
going with Palestine. Why are you
Wait,
running
can
up
you
to
read
Lebanon?
something for me? Can you read? This is from the from the DNI.gov, by the way. So can you read this for me?
Okay, formed in 1982 in response to the Israeli invasion. Did they stay there?
Of Lebanon.
Did they
Did I not?
stay
What did I
there?
tell you? What did I tell you?
Did they
Did I not
stay
tell
there?
you?
Answer my question.
In southern
Did
Lebanon,
Israel
yes.
stay there?
Yes, it
Answer the
occupied southern
question.
Lebanon. It
Answer
occupied
the
southern
question.
Lebanon.
They
No,
went
hold
in.
on.
They tried to
Okay,
clean
you
up
don't
because
have
of-
to.
No,
You don't have to
you're-
be so uncivilized.
No,
The claim
you're
was you don't
uncivilized.
have to be so
actually are
uncivilized. Calm
because you're not
down.
answering the question. Israel has
Calm down.
always tried to seek
Calm
control.
down. The claim was that Hezbollah. You can make me smaller, by the way, Ian. I'm done.
So now that they've
The
been out of
claim was-
Israel since
No,
the
no,
80s,
calm down.
why
Calm
are they
down.
still firing missiles?
Calm down. Calm down.
No, I'm
The
not gonna
claim
calm down from
was
insane.
the
It's an
claim
insane
was
claim.
the
Your
claim
is
was.
insane.
You see how you're getting triggered now that I've proven you wrong.
No, it's not proven wrong. They left. So they created
When did they leave?
themselves- They left. When did Israel leave Lebanon? Can you answer that question?
Yeah, when did they leave?
They're in northern Israel now. They haven't even gone into Lebanon
When did they
again.
pull out? When did they pull out?
You tell me the year.
2000.
Oh, okay. They pulled out
Yeah,
in 2000.
they pulled out in
and,
2000. So they were
and-
there all throughout the 80s
and
and
so
the
now,
90s.
so
Up
now
until
Iran,
2000, right? So
okay,
the
and I don't
claim
think
was
they've been out
initially the
completely.
claim. One second, Stan. You don't have to like short circuit and like literally like scream here. Like, calm
I
down.
just
We
don't
can be
trust your
adults.
facts. I just don't trust
So
your facts.
I
Sorry.
just showed you American government telling you that Hezbollah was created as a direct
Okay.
response to Israel
They
invading southern
haven't been
Lebanon.
in.
Did I
They
not?
haven't been in southern Lebanon. I don't remember them being in southern Lebanon until 2000. But if they left, why
No, they
can't
were
they
in
be
1982.
If they
Wait, I'm sorry.
left,
And how are
if
you
they
pronouncing the name of this country? I know it's not relevant, but is this the first time you've heard of this country?
who me
Say the name of the country again.
Lebanon?
Okay, good. Okay.
Southern
Okay.
Lebanon.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So when they left Lebanon and they tried to make peace there, it was to stop all the rockets and the T groups attacking Israel. And
Which a
so
direct response
they never
to
will do
Israel
any
invading.
peace. They will never seek peace. You know, Hezbollah has gone into there. What used to be Paris, it used to be, it used to be a beautiful country. They've pretty much
Yes.
destroyed. Lebanon has destroyed the country. The H group has destroyed the country. And
Maybe
you're
if
talking
Israel
about
didn't invade Lebanon in 1982, Hezbollah wouldn't have been created.
It's all H. The H group there has been funded by Iran,
That wasn't my
the
question.
Ayatollah, and
Why do
anybody
they
that
exist?
defends if you defend the H group, you're kissing the Ayatollah's foot. And
Why
it's
do
a
they
shame.
exist?
And
Why do they
you're
exist?
kissing the Ayatollah's foot, and you
That's,
got to
I
look
don't know. Listen,
I
I
look at any
love ice
woman,
cream. I love pistachio ice cream.
You know what?
Are we just saying
know,
random shit?
You're no different than the Ayatollah who's hurting his own people. For
Yes,
not
I
wearing
am no
hijab
different than the
properly.
Ayatollah. Exactly.
You're kissing
5'2"
the
me
Ayatollah's
with
foot
no political
because that's
power.
all they're doing is attacking Israel to destroy the only democracy, the real true democracy in the Middle East.
That's not true, actually. Israel was demoted from being a liberal democracy like a couple of years ago, officially.
In your
But
mind,
also,
in
I
your
wanted to.
crazy Islamist mind, it's been demoted. But
What
there are
Islamist? I'm
elections.
not even Muslim. What are you talking about?
How come there are Muslims in their Knesset? How come there are Muslims serving in their parliament in Israel right now?
One second. You're pivoting a lot, right? You're
No,
deflecting a
because
lot. The initial claim that was made, you said that Hezbollah was not created as a direct response to the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, southern Lebanon in 1982.
And you refuse
I just
to
proved
admit
you
that they
wrong,
left
right?
Le-
I just proved you wrong. Secondly,
you
why
pivoted from my
I'm not
question.
pivoting at
They
all.
left.
Why is
Why do they
Hezbollah
keep
attacking northern Israel?
Why do they keep attacking when they
Yes, why?
instead of trying to peace? Because they refuse to recognize Israel's right to exist.
No, they released a statement on October the 8th explaining why they were attacking northern Israel. Why did they attack northern Israel?
Because they want to support the H group in Palestine, the Palestinians.
No, not necessarily support the H group. What did they say in their response?
Whatever they said is garbage. The truth is they want to just destroy Israel. There's
yes, an
nothing
ethno state deserves to be destroyed. A racist ethno state that is running an apartheid state in the West Bank that is actively genociding Palestinians in Gaza, that is ethnically cleansing Palestinians.
There is no genocide. I've never seen Israel fight a better war than what they've gone to try to save lives. That
So over
Hamas
17,000 children being unalived is not a genocide?
They're putting their own, instead of all the money they had to invest to fight Israel, they didn't do one thing to protect the people there. They've put them in front of them. They've actually used
Where do you
them as
get
human
permits
shields.
from when you build something?
You're not admitting.
Where do Palestinians get their permit from?
Where
do Palestinians get their permit from to import and export building materials?
When did Israel pull out of the Gaza? 2005, correct?
Israel still occupies Gaza.
They do not occupy. They actually.
Your American government literally recognizes it as an occupied state.
Oh, yeah, right. So there's no policing power. They tried to pull out. They agreed, you never attack us. We'll give you as much autonomy as we
You don't
can. We
believe
will
the
help you.
Mhm.
Come on, come on.
You don't believe the American government recognizes Gaza as occupied?
You know, only his Kamala administration would do that.
No, I'm not talking about Kamala. I'm talking about from the beginning. You don't think the American government recognizes Gaza as occupied?
No, I don't believe they do. I think,
Okay,
yeah.
do you really want to do this again? Do you want to get cooked again?
Well, yeah, honestly, if there's a lot.
Can you
of
make me
people-
bigger, Ian?
Yep.
You asked for it. So
Well,
you
okay.
said the American government does not recognize Gaza as occupied, right?
Well, at this particular point, they are because they're got
No,
their
no, no.
forces going in
Before
there.
this point. Before this point.
Since 2005, maybe you're going to
Before this point,
maybe you
okay.
have some kind of strange point there. As far as I'm
Okay.
concerned, they're not occupied.
So
need-
are you
but they-
sure?
They need to be occupied. Let's put it that way.
Okay. What is this? What is this? What does it say? The headline? The U.S.
Department
Department of State, right? State.gov.
Yeah.
So what does it say? Israel and the occupied territories. Now let's see what they say are the occupied territories. Read this out for me.
What's the date of this?
Read this out for me.
What's the date of this?
Read this. This is from like 2021 or
I want to see the
2020.
date. Yeah.
Read
It's-
this out for me.
I want a current date.
Read this out for me.
No, give me the current date. This is not current.
Wait, do you think,
2021.
wait, do you think the
we're-
occupational status has improved?
I
Thank
would
you.
say that if Israel is going to be allowed to clean up Gaza and bring it into a democratic state and make it good, they're going to need to occupy these people.
Okay, you're spiraling at this
Change
point.
the mindset.
Clean up Gaza of what? They're like fucking children? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, the children there are being brainwashed to be tea people.
Okay, so anyways, what does it say here? No, no, no.
every
Let's stick
excuse we give
to
them
the
is to-
claim. Let's stick to the claim. Let's stick to the claim. You said the American government doesn't recognize Gaza as occupied. Read this out for me. The first line.
Oh, you read it yourself.
No, no, no. I would love for you
Until
to
I
read it.
see the current
Actually, I
date
have a
from
hard
today.
time reading. Can you please read
printed
it for me?
something
I don't
that
have
is
my
not
glasses
even-
on.
I don't even trust what you're printing. I'd have to go to
I'm not printing
myself
anything.
and look
this
it
is literally state.gov.
up. Yeah, right.
Am I printing state.gov?
Yeah, okay. Then
Am I
why
printing
did you say the
state.gov?
date is 2021?
Okay, hold on.
Athena is the State Department.
Exactly, and the State Department. Fine, I'll read it for you. The occupied territories, which include the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip.
And exactly how are they
Would you look at
occupying them?
that? So
As of
the
that
American government, which is one of the biggest
Oh.
allies of Israel, also recognizes it as occupied. You can make me smaller
And
again.
what do
Thank you
you
very
mean?
much.
What is your definition of occupying? Because they wasn't a Israeli body in there, or a Christian body by that way too.
You can. Christian is crazy. There are Christians in Gaza. But
1% according to Wikipedia now. It
the
used
third-
to be 30.
The third
1%
oldest
now.
church, I think the third oldest church, which was bombed, by the way, by Israel. So if you actually care about Christianity, you would care about the fact that Israel actively airstriked the third or second oldest church in the world,
If you
right?
love a
So
if you
occupied.
love a dictatorship like you do with Islamist ideology that is way out
What
there, that
Islamist
doesn't believe in
ideologies?
democracy, that once
What
you take
Islamist
it back to the
ideologies?
7th century, then you go support the Gaza, nut jobs and.
Well, you're just
and hate groups.
Islamophobic. Interesting.
No, Islamophobic. I'm just looking at what these people are. I don't know much about Islam except what I'm seeing these people.
What are you
who they
seeing?
are.
What are you seeing?
I am seeing people that are irrationally not willing to give Israel a right to exist in any way, shape, or form since the 70s, since before you were born.
They have a
before you had an
right.
idea.
They have a right. Occupied people the same way
Yeah.
the French did not want to recognize the existence of the Yazidis.
Will
The
you
same way
give
Jewish
Israel
people
the right
refuse to
exist under
recognize
any- will you
the
give
same
Israel-
way
answer
Jewish
my
people
question.
refuse. Okay.
Will you give
I've been
Israel
answering
any
every
right
question.
to exist under any circumstances?
I don't think an apartheid state has a right to exist. No.
Oh, there you go. As far as you're concerned, they need to pack up or be eliminated. That's it. There's only one way. There's only
Wait,
one way.
does the state equal people?
And let me tell you what, just like the way the H group in Gaza eliminated their
Were white
political
South
foes,
Africans eliminated? Were white
Yeah,
South Africans
you
eliminated
can't
when the
compare the
apartheid
two.
regime crumbled?
You can't compare the two because
Were
you got.
white South
You can't
Africans
compare the
eliminated
two.
when were white
You
South
can't
Africans
compare the two.
eliminated?
You can't
Were white
compare the
South
Wait,
two.
can you
wait,
answer the
answer the
You
question?
can't.
question. Answer the
No, she's
question.
got to answer that. Are you actually comparing those two? That is
Yes.
a totally different thing.
The black South
even all
African
right.
president
Yeah,
and
yeah,
Nelson Mandela
right.
referred to it as an apartheid state. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
Nelson Mandela, the head of the ANC,
right.
and this Umkhonto de Sizwe knows more about apartheid than you, Stan
Well, yeah,
6566.
okay. All right. Well, listen.
Okay,
So you
cool.
don't even understand. They took that. South Africa took it to court to try to prove that they were at South Africa. And what did the court say? You don't have any evidence.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is
The
true.
ICJ actually
They
ruled it
wanted
an
more, yeah,
apartheid
they
state.
wanted more time to get evidence, but they did not. They're not.
No, the
giving it more time.
ICJ ruled it an apartheid state.
No, yeah, they did not.
Are you
They
sure you
actually
want to
came
do this
back.
again?
I don't have that in front of me. I'm not so well prepared to defend.
Can you make me bigger again,
I'm
Ian?
not
Yeah, of
prepared to
course.
defend terrorism like you are. I'm not.
Okay. No,
I'm
so
not
you
sure.
you just said the ICJ said it's not an apartheid state, right? That's what you said.
What's the
Okay.
date on this one?
This is from July 19, 2024.
Okay, well that's more recent.
So
And here's also.
here's Human Rights Watch. No, one second. I'm going to show you the source. Here's Human Rights Watch. World Court finds Israel responsible for apartheid. Wow, what does it say here? The International Court of Justice, the ICJ, on July 19th, issued the advisory opinion with significant consequences for human rights protections in Palestine under Israel's 57-year occupation. It says here, in a historic ruling, the International Court of Justice has found multiple and serious international law violations by Israel towards Palestinians in the occupied Palestinian territory, including, for the first time, finding Israel responsible for apartheid.
Oh wow! So we
So the
back out
ICJ
of
did that.
Gaza. We want to make peace with these people, but the only peace they want to give is to be
You can make me
is to
smaller.
be eliminated. They have to be eliminated and taken down.
Were
And
white South Africans eliminated?
that was a totally different thing.
I'm
That was
asking you a
different
simple
thing.
question. Was white South Africans eliminated? Were white South Africans eliminated?
The white, you know what? You know, you're wrong. I mean, about you can't compare the white South Africans to the hatred that these people have. The
ICJ
you don't understand what anti-Semitism is, obviously, and what's been going on. You're just completely, come on. The anti-Semitism is really the issue there against Israel that had nothing to do with the ideology in South Africans and everything. That was a racism.
Okay.
It was a different thing, completely. So,
Okay.
you know,
Can I show you something?
I don't know if I want to see anymore. I think
Can
I've
you?
had enough.
Oh, you don't want to. Oh, you don't want to.
Because I think
Are
I
you
think
scared of the facts? I'm
I
confused.
think it's no facts. There's no facts in anything I've seen that doesn't justify what Israel has tried to do to make peace over 75 years, and
They
they have
haven't done.
refused.
Which Israeli
They were given a
administration?
state by a legal vote in the UN
No.
in
No,
1948.
they weren't.
They were
Was
they
the-
were voted in the UN.
Was the partition plan legally binding?
Well, they've been working on that. They actually came up
Was
with
the
one in the
partition
Oslo
plan legally
Accord.
binding?
Did they come up with one in the Oslo Accords?
Was
And
the
they gave it
partition
A,
plan
B, and C?
legally
Did they break
binding?
it out?
No, I'm
In
asking you again a
1948,
question.
they
Was
were
the
given-
partition plan legally binding?
They were giving their own state in 1948.
Was the partition plan
Were
legally
they
binding?
giving their own state?
They were not given a state.
Yes,
Was the
they
partition
were,
plan
by the
legally?
UN.
Simple
Why
question.
don't I
Yes.
pull that up? Why don't
When
you
was
make
the?
my screen
Yes,
bigger
pull that
and I'll
up.
pull
Pull that
that
up. Actually, pull it up. Was it legally binding?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Well, legally binding. It was given to them by the UN. They
So you're
were
saying
given
the
a
United
state.
Nations partition plan was legally binding of November 1947,
The partition
the one that was
plan
passed in
They were
1947.
given a state that if they would have accepted that, there would have been a partition that would
Was
have
it
been
legally
theirs.
binding? Yes or no?
They would have had a better partition then if they wouldn't have gone out.
Was
and
it legally
decided to fight a
binding?
war.
Yes
Oh,
or
come
no?
on. You know what?
I'm asking you a simple question. Was it legally binding? Yes or no?
It's not. It's a question that is not the point. The point
You're
that we're
scared to
giving-
answer that question, aren't you? Because you're not
No,
sure.
because all
You
you're
don't
gonna
want to
do
get
is you're gonna
debunked
pull up-
again.
You're going to pull up that they have their own state, but it's not legally binding this and that. So how is it going to be
You
legally
said the
binding?
partition plan gave Israel its country. Again,
I didn't
asked
say
you a
the
simple
partition
question.
plan. You put words in my mouth.
You said
I did not say the partition plan. I said they were given the UN. Israel was given a state. It was voted
Yes,
in
the
the
United
UN,
Nations.
and they got it.
You're talking about
Yes,
the partition
they
plan.
did. I'm not talking about. You're bringing up the partition plan because you're trying to
When
create
did the
a
United
conflict.
Nations give Israel the state?
1948.
Through what?
Through a UN vote.
Which vote?
The vote in 1948 where actually Russia, China, and the U.S. agreed.
Which
They all
vote?
agreed. Nobody vetoed it.
Which vote?
I don't know, but not the one
What
about
resolution
the
are you
partition that
talking
you're trying
about?
to throw up. You know, the
No,
one in
you're talking
1948.
about the. Okay, so I'm
When they
sorry,
were
but like
given a state by the United
listening
Nations.
to you talk is actually almost embarrassing because you
It's
have
embarrassing.
absolutely no
Honestly,
understanding of what happened.
Well, let me tell you what. I mean, I have not spent my life like you trying to decipher little teeny words. I look at the big picture, and the big picture is you're supporting a terrorist state. I don't know, and you're
Actually, I'm not. That's why I
you guys are
don't
both
support Israel.
delusional about this ethnic cleansing, which doesn't exist. You can go.
So what does ethnic cleansing mean?
You're trying to eliminate.
Define ethnic cleansing.
You define it then.
No, I know what it is. What's
then
ethnic
go ahead
cleansing?
and give me your beautiful definition.
No, you're so sure that there is no ethnic cleansing happening. So you must know what an ethnic cleansing means.
Ian is the one who mentioned it, and that's why I came in. So, Ian, what is your definition of ethnic cleansing?
I think we're waiting for your definition. I mean,
Exactly.
if you say that it's not happening, then certainly you know what it is.
Well, I will tell you this right now. There's no ethnic cleansing because why are there two...
Ethnically cleansing?
All right, okay.
I don't know what
cleansing.
ethnically cleansing
right,
is, but I know what ethnically cleansing is. So can you define what ethnically cleansing is?
Ethnic cleansing. If there was ethnic cleansing in Israel, why is there a growing population of Muslim Arab communities in Israel to this day?
Palestinians, first of all, you need 48
you will never see
Palestinians.
in Palestine a Jewish state, Jewish neighborhood in the same as a Palestinian. You can find that in Israel.
So again,
today.
48 Palestinians is what you're talking about. This is all not necessary because we need to define what ethnic cleansing means first.
Okay.
So
You know
you're
what?
saying that there is no ethnic cleansing, which means you probably know what an ethnic cleansing is. So again, just tell me, what is ethnic cleansing?
Ethnic cleansing is, here's what I got to ask you.
No, can you answer my question?
How can you call it ethnic cleansing if you know the definition of ethnic cleansing?
I know the definition. What's ethnic
How can you
cleansing?
call it ethnic cleansing when there is 2 million Arabs living peacefully side by side?
I didn't
with
ask you that. I'm
Israelis?
asking you a question. Can you
do
define
not know
ethnic
the
cleansing?
definition because you would not
Also, to
say
the people in the
that they're
comments, I
ethnic
was not
cleansing.
making fun of his stutter. I don't make fun of like people's
Yeah, you
stutters.
do. Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
again, can you tell me what an ethnic cleansing is?
You know what? All you have to do is look at ethnic cleansing that's going on in Gaza.
Can you please before you like deflect, you almost broke my neck. Give me like a couple of minutes so I can call my chiropractor first. You are reaching hella you are hella reaching at this point. Like again, word salad. You don't know what an ethnic cleansing is, which is why you don't know, you can't define it.
She will not state. She cannot state if there's ethnic cleansing, then why?
I will
is
state
that
if there's an ethnic
ethnicity-
cleansing.
Why
I will
is
say
the
if there's an
Arab-
ethnic cleansing.
Why is the Arab ethnicity? Make
Palestinians.
fun of me.
48
why is the
Palestinians.
Why are they not? Why are they living in peace?
So
in
again,
Israel?
can you
They live in
explain
peace
to
in
me what
Israel,
an
and they can
ethnic
live in peace
cleansing
in
is?
Gaza. Only Israel can make it happen. They are going in there. They're going slow.
Can you?
They're
I'm
trying
sorry.
to
Like
save
again,
as
this is not the
many-
Stand
they're trying to
656
save
TED
as
Talk
many
show.
civilians as they can.
You need
Israel
to
could have
stop
flattened.
reading off of your you need to
Israel-
stop reading
no,
off
you're
of
just
your
going-
Hasbara document.
You know what? You're going to go on and talk nonsense. I'm
Just
gonna go on
define
and talk
ethnic
nonsense.
cleansing.
You know, I'm gonna
Wait,
tell
Ian.
you,
Am
the
I
only way
being
to
very
stop
clear
the
in what I
ethnic
want from him?
cleansing-
Yeah, it's being very clear, but maybe to move the conversation forward just a little bit, I'll give you a little help here. So an ethnic cleansing refers to either the mass killing or the mass expulsion of an ethnic group of people from a specific region.
And it
now,
hasn't
do you
happened.
disagree that in 1948 this happened?
The Nakba?
Yeah, the Nakba. Yeah.
Now, do you agree also at the time?
Wait,
of
do you
Nakba?
agree or disagree?
I disagree partially.
Oh, okay, wait. So on what factual basis do you disagree that it happened?
When there was the Nakba, the surrounding countries, including Jordan and including Syria and including Egypt, they said get out. It wasn't a forceful expulsion.
That's not true.
They did.
That's not true.
Yes, they did. You're
No.
just you eliminate the facts
Do you
that
have
aren't
a source
necessary.
for that?
Oh yeah, you can go Google it. You can go Google
Yeah,
it.
I have actually Googled it.
You know
That's
what?
why I'm saying it's not true.
You're going to try and find somewhere, but I will tell you, when that happened, they said leave and we will eliminate them. Then they lost the war.
Okay, so
They lost the war. But
do you know what?
there are many people. There are Arabs living in Israel.
Do you know what the
today
Haganah radio
that
was?
Stayed.
Do you know what the Haganah radio was? Do you know what the Haganah radio was? Okay, you don't know what the Haganah radio was. So the myth that you're talking about actually was created by Joseph Rechtman in about 1949 or 1950, a year after the Nakba started happening, right? So, for example, on April 23rd, 1948, the Haganah radio, which was the radio for the underground Zionist army, gave a full account of the flight of Palestinians from Haifa. It was replying to an accusation made by the Syrian delegate to the United Nations that atrocities were being committed against Palestinians. The Haganah broadcast in 1948 mentioned no order in its account of Palestinians being ordered to flee, right? In early May of 1948, King Abdullah of Jordan accused the Zionists of expelling Palestinians from their home. On May 4th, Haganah radio broadcasted another reply, but it did not mention any Arab order urging Palestinians to leave. In August, till September 1948, Shertok, which was the foreign minister of the Provisional Government of Israel back then, exchanged letters with the Swede Count Bernadotte over the question of the Palestinian refugees, and they not once mentioned any order. Weizmann, in August 1948, when he wrote his autobiography about the Nakba, Chaim Weizmann also not once mentioned any Arab order to tell Palestinians to leave. The first time this idea of an Arab order telling Palestinians to leave was after Joseph Rechtman, who was a revisionist Zionist, decided to make up and fake and forge some pamphlets in 1950, right? Or 1949, trying to justify the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, and he created that. And this was even corroborated by Benny Morris, who's an Israeli historian who is pro-Zionist. So this is the sources that I just gave you. If you're trying to claim that that Palestinians somehow just randomly decided to like have fun and skedaddle off somewhere else because they were just having fun living in exile in Lebanon and Jordan and Egypt and everywhere else, you would have to back that claim up. But it's interesting that ever since I came up here, I am the only person bringing up sources while you are talking through your feelings.
Well, I did not come with my sources prepared like you are very well prepared. I know there are people that I could bring up. I know that because he's on your side that he would not bring up someone that has those sources. But there are sources. And I think your revisionist thing is typical of the Islamist revisionist that's been doing this to Israel all these years. And so I do not see it. I'm sorry. I
You're
don't
rambling
agree with you at all.
words. You're speaking just words.
To me, all your
word
words,
salad.
all your words, all your words are just to give this perspective so that Israel doesn't have a right to exist. There can never be peace with Israel unless they're eliminated. And that's what both
the Israeli state.
And
yes, an occupying force.
There is an Israeli state that they can be a democratic state where there's many rights, where LGBT can exist, where other religions can exist, that your states will never allow. They will never allow.
Have you heard of Bezalel Smotrich?
They even
stop
even
crying about queer people. Literally every 4 hours or something like that, a queer person is attacked in Israel.
Oh my gosh! Get out of here. They're the only state that has a pride parade.
So the Lahava movement in where? Where's the pride parade? Where's the pride parade?
In Tel Aviv, my dear.
Yes, and outside of Tel Aviv, where else?
Tel Aviv is one of the biggest cities to have.
Exactly. So outside of Tel Aviv, there are no pride parades as big as Tel Aviv. Why do you think that is?
It's a small country.
No,
try and have a pride parade in Gaza. I
No,
give it.
so
You
again,
just
queer people
try.
actually exist in
Try to be a
Gaza.
democracy instead
So
of
is your solution
one.
just to
Yeah.
unalive queer people?
Oh no, the deal is they're so busy fighting each other because you can never have. Once Hamas was voted in 2005, do you think they'll ever have another election? No,
Why have they not
because
been
they
able
could
to have an
never
election?
be a democracy.
Why
They
have they
will
not been able to have an
never
election?
be a democracy. They
Why have they
won't,
not been able to have another election?
because they threw the opposition off a tall building.
No,
Yes,
no,
they
that's not
did.
why.
Oh, now
No,
you
I'm
can't.
saying
You're
that's not
very
why.
selective. You're very selective on your
No,
facts.
again, what
You're
I'm saying
very
is they were
selective
not
on your facts.
allowed. They
No.
were not
Yes.
allowed.
Oh,
They
yeah.
were not.
Yeah.
Listen,
Listen
if
to
we're
your
going to talk about
waffle.
queerphobia, let's go and
Oh my
airstrike the
God. There's no.
Westboro
You know
Baptist
what?
Church.
Heck,
Let's go airstrike the
I'm not
Westboro
phobia
Baptist
of
Church. You are
queers.
an American.
I'm
How
talking
many
about the
queerphobic,
willingness.
how many homophobic towns and cities and churches exist in America? How many bills have been introduced to the House that are queerphobic in America? If you're going to say that every single person who's queerphobic deserves to die, then let's go unalive all the Mormons. Let's go unalive all the Westboro Baptist Church. Let's go unalive every single Republican because
I
they
think
vote for
it's
queerphobic bills,
as
right?
long
So
as
why aren't
it,
why
yeah.
aren't you doing that?
Well, yeah, we have the rights to have. People can be themselves in this country. People have the right to speak up and say what they believe.
That's
and
not what
they
I said.
Can be, and no, but you're stretching it. You're not listening to the point. You can be whoever you want to be. You want to be gay? I don't care. You want to be straight? I don't care. Be your own person.
So you
want to
unalive the Westboro Baptist
in
Church?
Gaza, you could not be your own person.
You want to? No, that's
cannot.
actually just not
You're
true
trying
because
to
there were
defend the
trans
society that exists.
Red Cross workers
You're trying
in
to
Gaza
defend the
who were
society
openly
that exists.
trans and literally working there, right? Again, by your logic, instead of fucking deflecting, then you should be pro
You're
just
deflecting
bombing
out
the
of
Westboro
Gaza.
Baptist
You're trying to
Church.
put it into the states. You know that you cannot be gay, you cannot be queer of any type in Gaza.
Is
or you
being
will be
gay illegal in
unalive.
Gaza?
You will be
Is being gay
unalive.
illegal in Gaza?
You know what? You try to walk down the street and
Is
you wear,
being
and you
gay
be a,
illegal in Gaza?
it is not a law, but it
So
is
it's not
de
illegal
facto.
in Gaza.
It is de facto. It is de facto.
What are you talking about?
You cannot be gay in Gaza.
Okay, cool.
You
So
gotta
it's
be
not
in a damn
illegal in
closet.
Gaza.
You gotta
So
be
so
in a
you believe
closet. You
in
gotta seal it. You gotta be
so
in
you
a
believe in
sealed closet.
genociding people because being gay is not illegal.
You know what? The only genocide is the genocide of their own people by age group in Gaza. And I'm sorry, that's just the way it is.
You sound like you know what you sound like? You know those old grandparents who just watch Fox News 24/7
I
and they
don't
have
like Fox
absolutely
News.
no idea what they're talking about. They've
I don't
never
like
left their
Fox
little
News.
town. They've
Yeah.
never left their state. They have absolutely no idea about the world outside. And
Okay.
you just view everything through your like dumb hick of a lens.
Well, there you
And
go.
you
Name
think
calling.
all
That's
the
really
Arabs are
nice.
just
I'm a hick.
barbaric. No,
Where
you sound like a genocidal
yeah.
grandfather.
You
That's
are
what you sound like.
You are supporting the continued destruction of their own people by putting
No.
civilians in front instead of fighting a war face to face, instead of having a country where people where they gave all that money to the Palestinian Gaza, and what did they do? They built tunnels underneath to store weapons, just
Do you
to
think
fight
building
Israel.
tunnels is
to eliminate.
wrong?
They have one goal: the elimination
Do you
of
think
Israel.
building
They
tunnels
don't
is
give
wrong?
a damn about their own
Do you
people.
think building tunnels is wrong?
Israel cares more about
Do you think
Palestinian
building
people.
Ask the
tunnels is
question.
wrong?
Israel cares more
Answer
about
the
Palestinian.
Do you
question.
think building tunnels is wrong?
I think for their purposes, instead of protecting their people, if they would have made them shelters for
I
their
just asked you
people.
a question. Do you think building tunnels is wrong?
Do you think not allowing the people to their own people to live?
He's not
Can
going to
you
answer.
answer like the
Yeah, this
question?
is a very easy question. The
Oh
answer
my
is
God! Of course,
obviously no. Of course, it's not wrong.
of course it's not. But look at the purposes they're
Okay,
building
cool.
for, Ian. Why are you defending the purposes? The purposes are not for the people. It's
That's
to
a
store
separate
weapons.
ethical question. That's like another thing to litigate. But just complaining that they're building tunnels, you need to. If you have a critique, then you need to
Can
you need to
you-
make it more
It's such a
precise.
stupid
Because
question.
building tunnels, there's nothing
Ian,
inherently
it's such
wrong
a
about building
stupid
tunnels.
question.
Obviously.
Can you make me bigger, by the way,
It's a
Ian?
stupid
Yeah, go for
question.
it.
They're building
Do you
tunnels to
know? Okay,
they're
calm down. You don't
eliminating
have
their
to
own
be.
people, and they don't give a damn about the people.
Do you know who Ehud Barak was?
No, I don't.
Okay,
If
so
I
you
did,
just know
I'd have
nothing.
to go
Okay,
look it
cool.
up. Yeah.
Let me show you a video. This is a cute little video that
Oh
I would
no!
love to
Please,
show you.
Ian, please spare
Ehud
me.
Barak.
Please
Ehud
spare me.
Barak is a former prime minister of Israel. Right? The former prime minister of Israel, which is a bit of an incredibly
And
important
you know
person.
what's really nice?
Let's see what he has to say. No,
What's
let's
really
see what he
nice?
has to
He's
say.
alive. If anyone
He's alive.
spoke out, yeah,
He's alive. He's alive.
If he spoke against Hamas and he was on their team,
No, one
he would
second.
be
He's alive. Let me
gone.
just play this.
Isn't
Let
it
me just play
nice
this.
that because of
Calm down.
democracy,
Calm down.
in a
I just want to
democracy,
play
you
this.
get to listen to dissenting opinions. You're getting to listen to a dissenting to Israel from an Israeli, a dissenting opinion
No,
from
this isn't
Israel.
dissenting
You
at all.
can't
He's
do
not
that in
pro-Palestine.
Hamas. In
He's not
Hamas
pro-Palestine.
instruction,
Can I
you
just
are
play this?
never
Can I
going
just
to
play
hear a
this?
dissenting opinion.
Can I
So
just play?
uncivilized. Jeez.
So
What are you
uncivilized.
talking about uncivilized?
He's so emotional.
what?
He's
You're-
throwing a
Isn't it
hissy
nice
fit.
to have a
You're over here
democracy where
melting
you can
down,
have-
and we're just trying to play this video for you. Let's just take a deep breath.
Oh wow!
Baby
so you can
bottles.
push it. Your point
So
is.
let me. No, it's okay. Let me.
Yes.
You said you like facts, right? So let's hear from the
Oh,
Israeli
facts,
former
facts,
prime
facts,
minister.
facts.
No, stop
Yeah.
over talking. Can you please mute? Let's just play this short video.
Right.
Let me just start by asking you what is your view of whether your government, your military, has done a good enough job of proving their claim that there was a major command center and bunker under Al-Shifa?
It's already known for many years that they have in the bunkers that originally was built by Israeli constructors underneath Shifa, or were used as a command post of the Hamas and a kind of a junction of several tunnels. Part of the system. I don't know to say to what extent it is a major. It's probably not the only kind of command post. Several others are under other hospitals or in other sensitive places, but it's for sure had been used by Hamas even during this conflict.
Well, when you say it was built by Israeli engineers, did you misspeak?
No, decades ago we were running the place. So we held them. It was many decades ago, probably 4 decades ago, that we helped them to build these bunkers in order to enable more space for the operation of the hospital within the very limited size of this compound.
Okay, all right. Well, that's sort of thrown me a little bit.
What
Did
the
you-
fuck?
So, the former prime minister literally said that some of the command centers and the bunkers and the tunnel systems were literally built by Israel when they were in Gaza.
Yes, and so now all the tunnels that are going to Egypt, were they built by Israel?
No, it's interesting. So, are you going to say that those tunnels built by Israel, like Israel needs to be airstrike now because of it?
So what you're saying is that you don't believe that they're not building tunnels just to bring arms in. It's not for the safety of their people because they don't give a damn about the people. All they are is human shields. That even the head of the guy, he said that we have to use them as human shields. They've even admitted that.
So Palestinians are dangerous to Israelis. Is what you're saying.
What? I didn't say that.
You're making it seem as if like Palestinians are just these animals that are about to unalive Israelis.
No, not the Palestinians. It's the terrorist group that is over them for permanency, that they can never be voted out. That if you come out and you want to try to have an election there.
Okay, you're moving like a lot of goalposts, right?
So are you. So you're just trying you're trying to deflect from the terror.
I haven't deflected once, actually.
From the
I've engaged with all of your points.
Is you want a
Does the United
fascist
Nations-
government. You want the fascist Hamas dictatorship.
What is
to be
fascism?
permanent. You know what fascism is?
Define
Control.
fascism.
I think Sinwar is the head of the fascist state of Hamas.
Define fascism for me.
Why don't you define it? Come on.
I know what fascism is.
Okay, fascism is complete nationalism where there's no control and no democracy through the people. There's no elected parliament. There's no elected councils that have any say. It's controlled by a corrupt government that is bent on one will, which is just like
That is not what fascism means, by the way.
Well, you could, all right, you can stretch it.
Because what you just described, what you just described was more like authoritarianism. And like authoritarian and not necessarily fascist, right? Because technically a left-wing government could also be authoritarian.
Right. So you are
right?
agreeing
So
that they
fascist
are
is right-wing.
So are you agreeing that they're authoritarian?
So wait. So to be clear, the key element that you're missing in fascism is something called ultranationalism, which is when the will of the country.
Nationalism. I said
No. Wait. So when you say nationalism, what do you mean by that?
Well, I meant the ultranationalism. Like you're talking about.
Wait. But what do you? Because nationalism, ultranationalism means something that's like, unless you've looked into it, probably doesn't mean what you think it means. Okay. So what does ultranationalism mean? Can you give me a definition?
I don't have it handy. Why don't you just share it with me then, Ian?
Okay, wait. So can you give me like an example of like an ultranationalist action?
I'd say what Sinwar is doing there.
In what way?
What we're doing.
In Sinwar, where there is no one that can, he is the commander of all of Gaza.
That's not nationalism, or that's not ultranationalism.
What do you call it?
Ultranationalism refers so nation in this sense refers to just a group of people. Ultranationalism is the belief that your group of people, the superiority of your group of people should be enshrined in law. For example, the ultranationalism that was present in Nazi Germany was the ultranationalism of the Aryan people against all others. So ultranationalism isn't just when you like control a nation really well. It specifically refers to some sense of like group superiority. That's what's missing from your definition of fascism.
Leon, a question for you. What would you call the government in Gaza that's run by the Palestinian leadership there? What would you call that form of government, please?
What would I call that government?
Yes.
I don't think I'm well read enough on this topic to state out these hard opinions.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah,
they're
it's not a government. It's because it's not a government because it's not even like a state. It's not a sovereign state because it's occupied. Therefore, there is no actual government in Gaza.
If there was a single Israeli since 2005, they pulled out they pulled out what 41 settlements out of Gaza.
Where did they go?
And so you're telling me they gave them the opportunity to have a democracy, but there's no such thing there because
where did the Gush Katif settlements go?
On the other side of the Gaza border. What are you talking about?
Where did they go? Where did they go?
Well, they were just attacked by Hamas.
And that's not what I asked. You're talking about the kibbutzim. The kibbutzim are not the Gush Katif settlements.
I have
you don't even know what you're talking about. The Gush Katif settlements are the settlements that existed within Gaza.
Are they inside Gaza?
The kibbutzim are something else. So where did the Gush Katif settlements go?
They're not in Gaza, are they?
Where did they go?
I don't know.
They went to the West Bank.
Are they in Gaza?
They went to the West Bank. They went to the West Bank, right? Who disengaged from Gaza in 2005? Who was the prime minister in charge? Who disengaged?
There's no idea.
I don't know, Ben. I don't know. I'm not.
Ariel Sharon. What was Ariel Sharon's nickname?
You got me. I don't know.
Cool. Ariel Sharon's nickname was the Butcher and the Bulldozer because he orchestrated multiple massacres, Palestinian massacres, including the Sabra and Shatila massacre in 1982 in Lebanon, where 3,000 Palestinian refugees were unalived. Ariel Sharon himself literally did not care about peace. The only reason he removed the Gush Katif settlements and moved them to the West Bank was because, one, it was too expensive to look after the Gush Katif settlements with security forces on the inside. That's why he wanted to move the security forces on the outside. And second of all, he wanted to be able to airstrike Gaza as much as possible without worrying about the Gush Katif settlements. Ariel Sharon did not care about peace. He was literally the person who triggered the second intifada when he walked into the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound, right? So he didn't care about peace. That's not the reason as to why he disengaged. If he actually cared about peace, he would have also removed the West Bank settlements, which are also illegal settlements.
Okay. So, Miss Covey, what is your solution? Can we get to some kind of point on this? Because all I know is that Hamas cannot continue to rule Gaza. They've got to be taken down. There has to be somebody that comes in there and rebuilds it that is not going to be a T group. What is your solution?
Yes, the ITF also needs to be removed, including the right-wing fascist government in Israel that is actively going, the Netanyahu administration with Ben Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich is the most far-right government Israel has ever had. That government also needs to be removed. My solution is to stop occupying people. That's the solution. Stop occupying people and they will stop resisting.
You're giving a solution that is impossible. My solution is much better than yours.
Wait, not occupying people is impossible?
Leave Israel alone. They're gonna handle Hamas on their own. Let them finish it, and then
what does finish it mean?
Let them.
What does finish it mean?
Let them. Let. What it means is to eliminate the terror groups that actually are.
So they're eliminating over
minds.
40,000 people and sniping children. You think that's okay?
Well, don't use them as human shields. We got to get rid of the people that are using their people as human shields. We got to get rid of them.
Do you know who else are human shields, Stan?
You're going to tell me, right?
The settlers in the West Bank. They're also human shields. Because their only purpose, literally there, is a first line of defense against Israel. Do you know who else is a human shield, Stan? The kibbutzim. Because you know why the kibbutzim were literally made around Gaza? Because the whole point of the kibbutzim being created around Gaza and established around Gaza, if you read into Israeli policies, was to be a first line of defense. Therefore, by your logic, the victims of October the 7th were also collateral damage because they were human shields.
Okay, you deflected away from them to went to West Bank, but your solution is nothing but the elimination of the state of Israel. You deflected away from Gaza. You moved it all to the West Bank. There's problems there, but the Palestinian government in West Bank and the one in Gaza, all they want to do is shoot each other. So you can't.
In the West Bank?
The West Bank, the people there, they fought each other and have separated years ago. They're not on the same page, and
they are. Palestinians everywhere are on the same page. What are you talking about?
I really think I really don't have my facts together because honestly,
you know that we've established that
because exactly. Covey is actually much more, has the facts. I know a lot of facts, but I can't substantiate them. You need to get someone up here. If Ian, you were doing your job, you would invite some Israeli supporters up here, and we can turn this into.
I don't think the
debate.
topic is Israel Palestine. That's why he's not going to invite.
Yeah, well, this is an open invitation to Benjamin Netanyahu to come down and debate Covey on the topic.
I'm sure there must be a few Israeli supporters here that know, on this.
Can I ask you a question, Stan? Do you justify the sniping of children?
You know what? I would never justify that. But I don't, the way that they have used them as human shields, Israel has never been so careful to try to limit it. In history.
Do you think all the sniped children are human shields?
You know what? All I know is they're trying their best not to do it. And that's why.
Really? Because the United Nations disagrees with you.
Oh, well, I don't know. I did pull up an article on the United Nations that did say they're being used as human shields.
Do you want to know what the United Nations talked about Israel's actions? Should I read it out to you? So this is what they said in a commission report. The Israeli militaries.
United Nations.
It's a commission report that was released on June 12th, 2024.
When you have
they said,
Iran on the Security Council of the United Nations, why do I want to hear anything about?
So Iran is not the head of the Security Council. I don't know what you're talking about.
They're on it, aren't they?
And so is Israel while genociding people.
Yeah.
Wait, no, Iran is not on the Security Council.
Yeah, exactly.
Iran is not on the Security Council.
Well, they have been. Syria was, Iran was.
No.
Wait, on the UN Security Council, or am I tripping?
No, yeah, they're not.
On the UN Security Council.
They're not.
You think Syria?
They were.
No, they weren't. So the permanent members of the Security Council are China, France, Russia, the United Kingdom, and the United States. The non-permanent members are 10 non-permanent members are Algeria, Ecuador, Guyana, Japan, Malta, Mozambique, Korea, Sierra Leone, Slovenia, Switzerland. Where the hell is Iran? Also, him saying they were used as like human shields. Let me read out. Hold on. Let me read this out. This was from an article called "Not a Normal War" by The Guardian. Hold on. One child I could see. Okay, here it is. Hold on. So these are multiple doctors, about 45 North American doctors. Dr. Alvey, who's Canadian, says, I asked the nurse, what's the history? She said that they were brought in a couple of hours ago. They had sniper shots in the brain. They were 7 or 8 years old. The Canadian doctor's heart sank. These were not the first children treated by Alvey, who she was told were targeted by Israeli soldiers. They were not able to talk, paraplegic. They were literally lying down as vegetables on those beds. They were not the only ones. I saw even small children with direct sniper shot wounds to the head as well as in the chest. They were not combatants. They were small children. And then let's go on to this one. One child, I could see there was a shot to the head. They were doing CPR on this 5 or 6 year old girl who obviously died. There was another little girl about the same age. I saw a bullet entry wound on her head. Her father was there crying and asking me, can you save her? She's my only child. And then the neurosurgeon looked and said, there is no hope. You could see the bullet had gone through her head. I don't know how old she was, but young. Let's go to this one. In Gaza City, 3-year-old Imad Abu Qurra was shot outside his home as he went to buy fruits with his cousin Hadil, a 20-year-old medical student who was also unalived. A video of the pair lying together in the street shows Imad still alive after he's first hit and trying to lift his head. More shots hit the ground close by, including one that strikes a plank next to Imad. The boy's mother said he was then hit again, and this time unalived. So they were clearly not being used as human shields when he was going to buy fruit with his 20-year-old cousin.
About the babies that were eliminated on October 7th.
The deflection. I would never justify the unaliving of babies.
It's tit for tat. You're saying that it's one-sided.
Wait, you see this? You see this as like a racking up points type of like game? That you're trying to wait. I just want to be clear. So you, as a Zionist, see your mission as to rack up like dead babies like their points.
I'm not.
Is that correct? Because after getting read this horrific story, your response to this was, "Well, what about October 7th?" Do you just see this as like tallying points?
Well, number one, a lot of that stuff is coming from Hamas. With all these stories, I don't necessarily believe them because it's not. There's no press in there except what they are saying. So
really?
I don't really believe them.
Okay. So would you believe, let's say, a Jewish American doctor, Dr. Mark Perlmutter, who went himself and had an interview with CBS? I can give you that. Here it is.
Aid workers say an orthopedic surgeon from North Carolina and vice president of the International College of Surgeons volunteered in Gaza.
So of all the disaster zones you've seen, how does Gaza compare?
All of the disasters I've seen combined, 40 mission trips, 30 years, ground zero, earthquakes, all of that combined doesn't equal the level of carnage that I saw against civilians in just my first week in Gaza.
And when you say civilians, is it mostly children?
Almost exclusively children. I've never seen that before. Never seen that. I've seen more incinerated children than I've ever seen in my entire life combined. I've seen more shredded children in just the first week.
Shredded?
Shredded.
What do you mean?
Missing body parts. being crushed by buildings, the greatest majority, or bomb explosions, the next greatest majority. We've taken shrapnel as big as my thumb out of 8-year-olds, and then there's sniper bullets. I have children that were shot twice.
Wait, you're saying that children in Gaza are being shot by snipers?
Definitively. I have 2 children that I have photographs of that were shot so perfectly in the chest I couldn't put my stethoscope over their heart more accurately, and directly on the side of the head. In the same child. No toddler gets shot twice by mistake by the world's best sniper. And they're dead center shots.
In fact, more than 20 doctors recently in Gaza also told Sunday Morning about gunshot wounds to children. One American doctor told us he even reviewed CT scans to confirm what he saw because he, quote, didn't believe that this many children could be admitted to a single hospital with gunshot wounds to the head.
So are you going to say the American doctors who went there are also Hamas?
You know what? All that they would have to do to stop this, and it's a tragedy, there's no doubt about it. All they have to do is agree to return the hostages.
They did back in October.
You're saying there's no hostages right now?
No, I'm saying they did. They agreed to release the hostages back in October. They actually said that if airstrikes would stop, they would release all civilian hostages. You know who rejected that?
You know what?
You know who rejected that?
They keep.
Do you know who rejected that, Stan?
They keep firing into Israel.
No, do you know who rejected that, Stan? You know who rejected that hostage deal back in October? And then also so a couple of days after October the 7th, they agreed that they would give up the hostages. And then in October alone, they offered to release maybe 2 times or 3 times. In November, they also offered to release the hostages. Do you know who rejected that? Netanyahu. Netanyahu rejected that.
I think that there's probably a lot more to it than that. I think there's been a lot of rejection.
Really?
So
you think the hostages are a priority?
I think the hostages are a priority, but I think we need to save the civilians you're talking about, and we need someone that you're calling. You're actually blaming this all on Israel, and I do not. I blame Hamas myself, and I think that.
Can you make me bigger, Ian?
As long as you have the ideology that is running Hamas, yeah.
What does my screen say? This is from the Times of Israel, by the way. So this is an Israeli newspaper. What does my screen say?
I don't even know who the hell Smotrich is.
Smotrich is in Netanyahu's administration. He's also head of leading the West Bank. He's also the Minister of Finance. Bezalel Smotrich. The fact that you don't know Bezalel Smotrich tells me you have absolutely no idea about what's happening in Palestine. What does he say here? What does it say?
I wish.
What does it say? Just read it out loud.
He says it's not the most important thing, but there's different
Thank
people
you.
that have different.
Smotrich says bringing hostages home, not the most important thing. Mm-hmm. Far-right minister says Israel needs to focus on destroying the H group.
Right.
And says that bringing the hostages is not a priority. Right? Yeah. So again,
if we leave Hamas, what happens if we leave Hamas in power? They will just rebuild everything and then attack again.
So then the hostages are not the priority.
It's a priority to me. If I was Israel, and I think there are many in a democratic Israel, you have the right to agree and disagree. Not with Hamas. It's all their way or the highway. So
again, like the Netanyahu administration, the reason as to why Israelis today are protesting against the Netanyahu administration is because they also say that Netanyahu doesn't care about the hostages.
But
they themselves have said
he's not a dictator like Sinwar. They can at least vote him out, and they might. But you can never vote Sinwar
That wasn't
out.
the question.
The only way
that wasn't the claim.
Oh, but it is a good point, isn't it? It is the point.
No, it's not a good point at all, actually. Maybe if you stopped occupying Palestinians, they would be able to have their own sovereign state.
Their only way to have, well, then why don't you recognize Israel's right to exist? Never will happen. That's all they've
I don't
asked
think
for.
Black South Africans needed to recognize the
When
apartheid
pivoting
state.
to South Africa, that racism thing, I totally agree with you on. This is a different entity entirely. You
No,
can't
Black South
compare the
Africans
two.
themselves think it
This
is an
is not
apartheid state.
this is not an apartheid state like that was.
So Nelson Mandela thinking it's an apartheid state is like he doesn't know what apartheid is, even though
Nelson
he lived
Mandela
during
is,
apartheid and fought
yes.
against it.
Well, it's not that, they might have had some ideological similarities, but very
That's not what I
little similar.
asked.
No,
That's not what I asked.
he didn't.
So
He didn't have a whole separate area that he could call his own area and then build tunnels and
They
smuggle
did.
weapons in and start
They
to kill
did.
others.
Bantustans. Bantustans existed. Black
you
South
know,
Africans literally lived in their own areas, Bantustans, segregated, like settlements in the West Bank are segregated.
and they used, and politically they were able, without the destruction that Hamas is doing.
Are you kidding?
Well, okay,
Wait,
I may be
are
wrong
you
about that.
familiar with the radical flank effect? An absolutely crucial piece of achieving liberation in the ANC.
Okay, well, I don't know
The
that
radical
history.
flank effect is the idea that if you have a moderate section of your movement and then a more radical one, a violent one,
Right.
that you're more capable of achieving liberation. This idea was formulated on the way that the ANC overcame apartheid. They overcame apartheid because of the radical elements.
Right. Yes. Well, I will tell you this: unless they're given a right to exist at all, and you have a state where you do have Arabs living in it, and they're living in peace, and they are in the Knesset, and they can vote.
Who is
and they
living
can
in peace?
The Arabs in
The 48
Israel.
Palestinians?
Not the 48. I'm talking about the
No, I'm
current
talking about
2 million.
no, those are 48 Palestinians. The ones you're talking about with the Israeli citizenship,
There's
they're
2 million
48
of them.
Palestinians.
There are 2 million of them, and they're voting and they're living. And
Do they
they're
have equal
working.
rights?
As far as I know, they have equal rights. Now,
What's the nation state law?
Israel is a Jewish state given by the UN.
What's the nation state law?
I have no idea. See, honestly,
The nation state law. Okay.
I'm not Jewish. I'm not from
You
Israel.
don't have to be Jewish.
Yeah.
The
And I
nation
am
state
not-
law.
and I am not up on it like you and Eon.
Yes.
I'm like Ian. Ian had to call you because he didn't know. I'd like to
True.
invite
I know.
someone
They
that
knew.
knows
They-
better
they-
than you.
No, they
Who do
actually.
you want to tag in, Stan?
I tried. I don't know anybody in particular that I'm that close to that I could tag, but I need to because Eon tagged somebody. But I
Of
figured,
course.
Who's
Yeah,
Eon?
I like to defer to people who know lots more than I
Why
do.
don't you have someone? Why don't you ask someone in the chat to type in? I understand this. I understand the Israeli position better than Stan. Why don't you ask them to type in? Type in the word
Can I ask you a
Israel.
question, Stan?
Type in the word Israel, and let's see if we can get someone that can they do that. Is there anybody? They can vote.
That's not what I asked you, my guy. Do they have a right to self-determination?
All right, welcome everyone to the stage, my good friend Rowan. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
I was.
Could you imagine?
I would have
Fuck.
blocked you, Eon.
Oh.
I would have literally blocked you,
I don't
Eon.
even know
Those who
is.
know know.
Huh?
No, so do they have the right to self-determination in Israel?
In this particular point, if you're saying, do they have the right to create their own state within a state?
No, self-determination is not creating their own state.
They can practice their own religion.
That's not what I asked. I asked, do they have a right to self-determination?
Define self-determination.
The right to determine their own political or social or economic future. It's every people should have the right to self-determination in international law. Basically, you have the right to decide over your own political, social, and economic future.
Hey,
and
bring in
pursue its development.
here's this child.
Can you just answer the question? Do they have the right to self-determination?
You know, I want you to bring up CHAOTICBLYLIZ there. They're saying, tag me in Israel. You can see it there. Bring in somebody who knows these facts. Hello?
Oh, I was actually looking to, well, I mean, I'm just like here hosting the 1v1. I'd probably like to move to like a different topic after this. I don't want to extend this topic on even longer.
Well, it's only because we can't bring up somebody that knows it better than I did. I'm not avoiding questions. I'm not trying to do that. It's just that you have it prepared and you can't answer an Israeli's questions. You cannot.
I can. I talk to Israelis all the time, actually.
But he's not willing to bring someone up that is willing to discuss this with you.
If they want to go to like a different panel, they're welcome to.
I think Eon doesn't want to host like a.
And thank you so much for the $20. Why not? Wait, what's the person's name?
Well, they said tag me in. It was let's see. Come back up and tell me again because you were here just a second ago in the chat.
Oh, Chaotic Bliss. Is that the person you were talking about?
Let's see.
That question, by the way, is no. Palestinians with Israeli citizenship in Israel don't have the right to self-determination.
Wait, so is this the Chaotic Bliss person?
I'm not sure.
Also, wait, I don't know if I said thanks, Ann, for the $20 on Cash App, but big W, Ann, in the comment section. Appreciate that.
Oh, W, Ann. I love Ann. Ann is awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ann. Yeah, Chaotic Bliss thinks they have a gotcha.
A Chaotic Bliss?
Well,
I think so.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just bring two people, or I'll bring another.
Oh my gosh. Hi, Critically.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Ian, it's been a minute, man.
Yeah, it has been. Hope you're
I
doing
think
well.
you mean Eon.
Yeah, same to you. Eon.
Yeah.
That's how old he is, eons.
Yeah. True. All right, Chaotic. Let's hear it.
Hey, yeah, so Stan says that he needs somebody that's a little bit more educated on this. So I have two statements. Number one, I am a combat veteran. We'll just get that out in the open. I'm 41 years old. I don't know how old you are, Kobe, but let me just say this. If you want facts on Israel and the history of Israel, you need to talk to someone named Athena, also known as Kobe. Because they will get you squared away.
Wait.
That's all.
See, Stan, you got the person you need right here.
Well, they said tag me in, Stan. It's just like a typical Palestinian supporter. Well, it's critically the same way. There's no one out there in there that is pro-Israeli at all.
Yeah, I'm pro-Palestinian. But what information? Wait, Stan, what information do you think we're omitting in our analysis here? I'm genuinely curious.
You know, I really just see the politics of Hamas and what they stand for, and the inability to, agree to recognize the state of Israel. I'm sorry, critically, but I just don't see that there's any room for negotiation if you want to eliminate the state and the people in it. And that's what
it is true that Hamas does not want to recognize the state of Israel. That is also true. But what they do recognize, they explicitly recognize a Palestinian state at the 1967 armistice lines, just to be clear. So they establish their borders, the borders they desire, better than Israel establishes their own borders. That's the issue. So that already communicates, at least to myself and the rest of the world, that Hamas even, and I've got a lot of problems with Hamas to be fair, but Hamas even is more willing to negotiate with Israel than vice versa.
Okay, so is there a solution to ever keep Hamas from starting all over and attacking Israel again in the future?
It's not about, I think your plane's flying overhead, I'm sorry. If it's loud, tell me. that. If you're just looking objectively, the goal is to get Israel in a position where they can make requests or make condemnations of other agents in the region. The problem is they can't do that right now because Israel is actively engaging in multiple violations of international law. That's why the international community is generally against them and is frustrated with Israel, because Israel is making these violations, yet is making demands of other nations and of Palestinians, and they're not really in a great position to do that. It's hard to make those demands and to have expectations of behavior when you're the one engaging in colonialism and illegal settlements in the West Bank. That's the issue. Even if you want to say fuck Hamas, fuck all those other groups, they're all terrible, they're all evil, like you can do that, but Israel is in a position where they cannot take any moral high ground here.
Well, I mean, yeah, I understand your points. Then, so at this point, what is your solution critically?
And by the way, just to be clear, even pro-Israelis, even Zionists agree with the point that I just make. That's why I'm trying to give you an olive branch. People like Benny Morris, who is a Zionist historian, talks about and condemns the settlements because he knows it puts Israel in a position where they cannot morally negotiate. So that should be the first priority. Israel needs to stop its violations of international law, and then it can come to the point where it's like, well, now we can engage in military actions to defend ourselves, we can do this, we can do that. Then it'll have more international negotiation for that. But outside of that, it just doesn't have any place at all.
Okay, all right.
That's
At
literally
this point,
things that I said.
I feel I'm
That's
liking.
cool.
I'm feeling trying to find a
Oh,
solution.
sorry, Athena.
No, it's always that way. Critically, you say something, people listen
know
to
it
you. I
is.
say something, people interrupt me every 2 seconds.
True. It is pretty unfortunate.
This is why we need more civilization among Zionists.
I think I just need like an army of like white men just to like come with me everywhere I go, like just to work as like a translator. Anytime I say something and it's not heard, you just have to say it for me.
Bro, you just gotta make like a based white men lab or something. Cook up some.
Yeah, but yeah. So the solution would be like just to end the occupation. Thank you, Chaotic. Chaotic was like, I got you. The solution would be, to end the occupation of Palestinians, because without occupation, there would not be resistance. The same thing goes for the 48 Palestinians, by the way.
Well, it doesn't seem to be working. No one's adopting your solution.
Yes, it's not working because Israel continues to occupy Palestinians and refuse to like not occupy Palestinians and subject them to violence. That's why it's not working.
I don't see them allowing any space in their view of Palestine, what Palestinian is. I don't believe them. I don't believe that they will ever let any form of Israel exist, no matter how small. Even if they said Israel can be just Tel Aviv, they're not going to allow that to happen.
Wait, Stan. Then get Israel to call their fucking bluff. Israel has nukes. What are you talking about? Israel has fucking nukes. They're not at threat of existential like annihilation at all. They have nukes, okay? So if they are concerned about it, then they need to stop. Then they need to say, all right, we're going to pull back on the international law violations. We're going to stop all that. And then if there are problems that still occur, then now Israel's in a position where they can react or they can retaliate. And by the way, this what I'm saying is not a pro-Palestinian stance. My actual pro-Palestinian stance is a little more extreme, but that's just a basic global stability, basic IP stance.
I felt like they pulled back in 2005. And then what happened? And it's the same thing that's going to continue to happen over and over.
They continued blockading Gaza. They literally blockaded Gaza by air, sea, and land from the outside. So they continued their occupation. That blockade also existed in different degrees prior to 2005 as well. So no, they never actually stopped occupying Gaza.
Also, Stan, just to be clear, the Prime Minister of Israel's aide after the 2005 blockade, or after the 2005 pullout, they themselves said that the pullout was not benevolent. It was actually to take off international pressure that was directed towards Israel to create a two-state solution. That's why they pulled out, because ultimately Israel does care about occupying all the Levant. They don't really care as much about Gaza as they do the West Bank. That's why they're investing a lot more in apartheid and settlements over there. But ultimately, they don't care that much about Gaza. So if they pull out of Gaza, they could have this symbolic gesture of, oh, we care about reducing violence, we care about retracting from the Palestinian people, but it was just gestures, it was just hand waving, it didn't actually mean anything. And Israel's, and the PM of Israel's aid reinforced that. They made that clear.
Because I don't think Ian wouldn't even bring any up, and I know.
Wait, who do you want brought up?
Well, I mean, you know, the last person that said I'm pro-Israel, you brought up and said, "Oh, I'm not." Ha ha.
Well, there's no way for me to vet that.
Yeah. Anyway, I will concede this, that critically and Covey have me on knowledge, but they still didn't provide me a good solution. I'm still waiting for it. All they want is Israel not to exist, just like Hamas did, and that's what I feel like we're at.
The solution was the occupation to end. That's
the
really the
occupation
solution.
by not existing, because that's the
No. I'm saying
ultimately
again,
that's the
there are
choice.
settlements in the West Bank which are illegal. Israel not only occupies Palestinian territory, it literally also occupies Syrian territory, the Golan Heights, which is also an illegal occupation. You cannot sit there as an apartheid state, fascistic state, occupy different territories, and then like be shocked Pikachu face when other people resist against your occupation.
Well, you
If
mentioned
again
that-
Israel doesn't want resistance, it should stop occupying. The same way white South Africans, if they didn't want resistance, they should have stopped like doing apartheid.
You mentioned the Golan Heights. That was Syria that attacked them from the Golan Heights, and they needed to secure that to keep them from firing on
It's
a higher.
illegal occupation.
It's not.
It's not. Are you saying the Golan Heights are not illegally occupied by Israel? Do we really want to do this again?
It was won in a war. They won. They
You
fought
cannot
fiercely for
annex
that
land
territory.
in a war. That's literally illegal, according to the 1928 Kellogg's Brand Pact, and also according to the United Nations Charter. Like, again, annexing land because of war is illegal. So, no.
Well, yeah,
That's why
yeah.
it's considered occupied. And that's why the United Nations still refers to it as either the occupied Golan Heights or the Syrian Golan Heights. And the people in that land, by the way, especially the Druze people, they don't even identify as Israeli. They actively identify as Syrian. Till today.
Well, yeah, that's fine. They can, but you know, they're able to have security provided by Israel.
Actually, the Iron Dome doesn't even fully protect everybody. The Iron Dome doesn't fully protect the Bedouins in the Negev Desert. The Iron Dome doesn't fully protect the people in the Golan Heights either. So no, they don't have full security. They're actively occupied. And they don't want to be occupied anymore, hence why they still identify as Syrian.
Yeah. I'd say I'm ready to go on to another topic, because I don't have the ammunition. I'm not prepared. I give credit to Covey. I give credit to Critically. They know their topic. They know their topic better than me. However, I would like to hear them on a few of these Israeli lives, and I'm surprised I haven't seen them there.
Wait, are you?
Covey goes on so many. Are you
That's
serious?
crazy. I don't think you've been spending enough time on all these lives. I bet
Okay.
you know why they don't see Athena. You don't see Athena there because she's probably blocked from them because these people are scared.
Oh, really? I would like to see her on there. I would like to really hear both sides. I'd like to hear the best of the bunch. I'm not up on it. I'm really not. So I admit, in fact, I'll concede that they are more knowledgeable on a lot of the topic. However, there are things where they twist and they turn, and they cannot do anything but say Israel must disappear. They must give back the land to Palestine. They must, let the terrorists control Palestine, and they're not going to ever have a democracy.
The H group isn't even a T organization, according like internationally. The United Nations doesn't even recognize it as a T organization.
Oh, that's really sad, Kobe.
No, I'm just saying the H group. The H group is recognized as legitimate resistance group. Yes, by the United Nations.
Look at what they do and how they run their own little space in Gaza and not call them a T group. Are you kidding?
The United Nations does not recognize the H group as a T organization. They are considered to be a legitimate resistance group.
What?
Albeit, yes.
Yeah.
Stan, it's also important to recognize that Hamas, or the H group, doesn't just engage in military actions. They have a specific section, the Al-Qassam brigades, that engage in military action, but they engage in a lot of administrative, electoral, and other activities. So, like, there's reasons why they're not really labeled consistently as a terrorist group, generally not by the UN.
Okay.
You know who else the American government labeled a T, though, up until 2008? Nelson Mandela. I just wanted to say that. I don't think people today think Nelson Mandela was a T, yet the American government thought he was a T and categorized him as a T up until 2008. You know which organization is not categorized as a T by America? The KKK. Okay. That's interesting. The KKK is not categorized as like a T organization, but Nelson Mandela was up until 2008.
Oh, it's Eon. Oh, nice.
Yeah, it is.
Much better name.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the name. That's my name.
Also, Stan, just follow Covey, and when they hop on a live where they have Zionists in the conversation, listen in, and you're going to get the same shit.
I would love to. In fact, I'm going to follow you, Covey, if you don't mind. So don't block me, all right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna block you. This is my like third backup. I went live on my main today, and I was debating Zionists all day. So,
all right, I really want to hear you. I want to hear you debate them. I want to hear you debate like Nick. There's a few others out there that really
Nick is a
know.
racist, by the way.
He's a racist.
There's video footage of him, Nick Matua or something like that. That white dude who gets paid to be Zionist, pro-Israel. There's a video footage of him saying the N-word out there. So,
well, I don't know about that. Okay,
I can show you the video footage. I have it. I mean, at least I feel like by now we've established that when I make a claim, I can back it up.
I want to hear it.
Facts.
Well, so if you don't mind, on your other main account, if you will follow me, Covey, I want to hear some of these arguments. I want to hear what you have to say. Honestly, I came up here just because I actually respect Ian. I actually followed a lot of his talking, and the only reason I'm voting for Trump is because I'm pro-Israel. And so I know you all are voting for Kamala.
Well, I mean, Athena can't vote, but...
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, she's a convicted felon.
Oh, well.
Felon is crazy. Yeah, I'm like really dangerous.
Yeah.
Went into like this cupcake store and like did some armed robbery. I was craving some cupcakes that day. But yeah, no. So as I was saying again, I personally don't think there are any both sides to this. There is one side that is oppressed and occupied, the Palestinian people. They have been oppressed and occupied for the past couple of decades. And then on the other side, you have the oppressor or the occupier, which is Israel in this case. Israel controls Palestinians' water, food, controls whether they can travel or not, controls their population registry. The water and the resources are actually paid by the taxes of West Bankers. So even though other Palestinians are paying for the resources for Gazans, that is still controlled by Israel, right?
Okay.
Whoa, Dean Raid. Dean, thank you so much for the raid. Big W in the comment section. I'm so sorry.
Where are you from? Where are you from? Do you mind me asking?
I'm Afro-German.
Okay, so you live in Germany?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yo, it's Dean.
Yeah. Huge W. Dean in the comments. Sorry for interrupting you.
No, it's okay. Typical male.
I know, right? I was literally fucking thinking that. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh
Stan, that's
my
why you should
God.
not listen to Ian. Sorry.
I think you might be on.
Oh, I'm so sorry, man. I'm a little slow today.
Yeah. So there are no two sides to this. And if you are kind of like wary about a one-state solution, then I would suggest that you read Jeff Halper, who is an Israeli academic. He wrote a book called Decolonizing Israel and Liberating Palestine, The Case for a One-State Solution, in which he explains why the one-state solution would be best for all.
Exactly. And I think Israel should be the one to control it.
Absolutely not. They're a genocidal regime. No. They've literally unalived over 558 Lebanese people in 12 hours.
All I know is if you put Hamas or Fatah or Islamic Jihad in control, they would immediately genocide all of Israel.
Do you justify the unaliving of 558 people in 12 hours?
No, and I don't justify the complete elimination of the Jewish state and all the people in it.
Who said eliminating Jewish people?
Covey.
I'm confused.
They will. They will.
Covey, if you made this point already, I have a feeling you did. But like, Stan, what do you think some of the rationalizations of the slave owners were for not ending slavery?
That one you got me critically. I have no idea.
What you just said it. If you should have realized I was kind of hinting at that. Yeah, they thought that if they freed the slaves, like they would all murder them. So they said, well, what can we do?
That's what white South Africans thought as well. White South Africans thought that if the apartheid regime were ever to crumble, that they would all be unalived by black South Africans. Do you know what happened? Yeah, none of that happened. White South Africans were not eliminated. White slave masters were not eliminated either. People just want to be free. That is intrinsic to our human nature. We want to live a life of liberty and dignity. You should know that as an American. You celebrate that every July the 4th. So I don't understand if you understand that your right as a human being on this earth is to be free, why you don't allow Palestinians also to be free, because that's all they want. In 1920s, the Palestinian Arab Congress actually voted for Jewish political representation to exist in the secular state that would have been established. In 1947, they also voted for a unitary state for all, the Palestinian Arab Congress. They have always wanted to be free. Palestinians are not all these flaming Islamo-Nazi anti-Semites who just want to eliminate Jewish people. They want to be free.
Well, I believe that Israel would offer them the best ability to do that. I still, from what I've seen, I'm sorry.
There has never, ever been.
I just don't. I believe the solution. I agree with you that there's a lot of issues there, but I do not believe that there is a Palestinian form of government, or from the West Bank or from Gaza, that would be capable of running the whole show.
So there has never been a single offering for a Palestinian sovereign state since 1948. There has not been a single Israeli administration that offered a sovereign state. Says Anska, who is a Jewish American, I think, or Canadian scholar, actually wrote a whole book about it called Preventing Palestine. Right?
All you have to do to get to a state is you have to agree that there is a right to exist and work within that state and make peace. Didn't
the PLO do that during the Oslo Accords?
Just like Anwar Sadat reached across.
Didn't the PLO
peace.
do that, Stan?
Yes, but he said.
And what happened to the West Bank?
He said, I wanted to make peace with Israel, but when I went back home, I would have been eliminated. He said that.
What happened to the West Bank after the PLO did that? They chose not to engage in armed struggle anymore. They chose to recognize the state of Israel. Yasser Arafat signed the Oslo Accords. What happened to the West Bank after?
The Oslo Accords did not give them the right to exist.
The PLO recognized the state of Israel. Yasser Arafat recognized the state of Israel. They decided not to engage in armed struggle anymore. What happened to the West Bank next?
You know what? I really want to look that up, because for years I've been educated that the PLO never gave them the right to exist. I'd like
That's
to
not
see
true.
that. I'd like you to pull that up on the computer. I'd like to read it.
Critically, you want to say something?
I really want to see
Wait,
that.
did I?
Are you telling me critically that what Kobe said was that the PLO recognized Israel's right to exist? Is that true?
Wait, yeah, that was the whole point, to create a cooperative, short-term treaty to see how a coexistent or cooperative government would work. The PA, the Palestinian Authority, was the execution of that, saying, hey, we'll create this Palestinian government, and they'll have administrative powers, and they'll work a little bit with the Israeli government, and we'll see how that'll pan out. And when what's panned out is a form of apartheid, when it's a form of what are the words I'm looking for? There's the separation barrier. Oh, fragmentation is what I'm looking for. When there's fragmentation that occurs, where there's a separation barrier breaking apart communities, breaking apart cultural sites, when it takes 8 times as long for a Palestinian to travel the distance it takes for an Israeli to travel, due to random checkpoints, due to barriers, due to security facilities. There's so much going on there that has totally crushed the attitudes of the Palestinians, especially towards the PA. The PA now isn't a very popular government, especially because Mahmoud Abbas is very much in bed with the Israelis. But that's what's communicated, is whenever there is a bit of compliance or cooperation, Israel takes advantage of that and puts the PA leaders in their pocket so that they can control the way the taxes operate, the way the infrastructure operates, everything like that. So what does that communicate to the rest of the Palestinians, the people in Gaza? Hey, we need a fucking revolt, because this isn't working.
Thank you, white man, for co-signing that. I appreciate you critically, because yeah.
White man stamp of approval. Damn.
Yeah,
Does that work for you, Stan?
Exactly. Yeah, so the PLO did agree to it, and today the West Bank is literally an active apartheid state. There was the largest land grab since the Oslo Accords that happened back in March, where about 2,000 acres of land were just randomly taken by the Israeli government. More settlements, the Jewish settlements, continue to be expanded. Palestinians continue to be unalived. Actually, since October the 7th alone, over 700 Palestinians were unalived in the West Bank alone. Over 700. They're not a number. 700 lives, over 700 lives, were snuffed in the West Bank after the PLO agreed to not engage in armed struggle anymore.
Yeah. And if they pull out, all Sinwar would do was just build up so he can attack.
Sinwar is not in the West Bank.
I was talking about Gaza.
I'm talking about the West Bank.
Okay, I was thinking Gaza. I'm talking
about the West Bank. An example of when the PLO admitted and recognized Israel as a state. They agreed to not engage in armed struggle anymore, and what they got instead was just more death, destruction, and apartheid.
You know what? I mean, I have to read up on that. I really don't know anything about. I know a little bit more about Gaza than I do about the West Bank. I do admit that. But
John, to the 1.2K people here, John Oliver has a whole 30 or 40-minute video on the West Bank, and if you guys want like an introduction into it, then you can, because it's not only illegal, it's immoral. And I don't know how anybody could justify the occupation of another group of people, let alone the unaliving of human beings for the sake of occupying them. 2023, prior to October the 7th, was the deadliest year in the West Bank for children, prior to October the 7th. That is immoral.
You know, I do have a lot more to read and learn, and I'll follow you, and I will come back and see if I can ask you some questions and see where you go. But I'm going to bow out now, Ian, because there's not a single, I can't believe it, there's not a single knowledgeable Israeli in the chat.
That's right. It's because none exist. None that can stand up to Athena exist.
All right. We'll see you. I'll be back, Kobe. I'll be following you.
Purdy, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Purdy. Or maybe they're just scared of critically lying. Who knows?
Base.
Someone said that Trump just got charged with a new thing, but I'm not seeing anything. I'm sorry, that was unrelated, but someone said in the comments, and I'm like, no way, no shot, no way. I don't know.
I'm
Well,
curious. Was that did he only bring that up because that was the deciding factor to vote for Trump for him, or
yeah, that was the
reason?
deciding factor to vote for Trump for him.
Yikes.
Yep. It's like especially shocking because Kamala's position seems to be pretty similar to Trump, but with just like slightly more empathy.
That's virtue signaling empathy, in my opinion. I don't think. I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of what you have to do to get elected, unfortunately, because of AIPAC and stuff. But
I don't know. It just doesn't seem like there's much of a
they're
substantive
just trying to
difference.
out-Zionist each other.
Yeah.
It's pretty great.
Yeah, like, you know, Kamala is like a Zionist, except like, I don't know, there's like a queer flag attached to it or something.
You know that one meme of like the like U.S. American like military like plane, one of them like
Yeah,
just a
I know the
Republican
exact
plane
one.
throwing
Yeah.
booms, and the other one is just like a Democratic plane, but like Democrat plane just with the BLM flag and the pride flag.
Yeah. Exactly. That, like literally that. Yeah.
Yeah, let's airstrike you or drone strike you, but WBLM and like W queer rights.
Yeah, I probably should have pressed him just on like what the substantive policy difference is.
Yeah, sorry, it just came up because I mean, yeah, you sent me the message.
No, yeah, no, that's good. Yeah. No, I appreciate you
also-
showing up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop, but anyways, thank you for having me up.
Yeah. No, thanks for coming up. Yeah, if this ever happens in the future, I'll be sure to DM you again.
Yeah, I'll drop too, so you can get on to debates as well. That's really why I just came up.
Yeah,
for the,
it's good to
the
know.
Palestinian conversation.
I'll like send it out. I'll send the live out to you next time I come into
Yeah, the
these.
information. I spent like a 12-hour day like diving into all the information and condensing it just so I had the resources available for it, because it is so fucking complicated, far beyond a lot of these other political topics. So it's
Wait,
crazy.
did you make resources?
Well, I guess technically I do have a whole Obsidian. I don't know. What do they call it a vault, but
Yeah,
kind
is
of like
it
a
open
drive or whatever.
source?
It's not. I might be able to make it open source somehow.
Okay. Well, if you ever do that, you should like share it in my community.
Sure, yeah, I'll send it to you. There might be a way to just share it through like a plain file or something. But
Yeah.
anyways, yeah, I'll do that if so.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks so much for coming.
Thanks,
on
man.
up.
Good seeing you again.
Yeah, good seeing you as well, of course. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Make sure you're dropping a follow if you never want to miss a debate in the future, if you're enjoying the debate so far. If you want to support this, if you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian, Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both of them are in my bio. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio as well. It's discord.gg/allegedly-Ian. I would love to see you there. It's a great time. What's up? How's it going, love God? Motherfucking day, yeah. America. Fuck yeah. That's a banger. It's a good song.
Hi.
What's up? How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
And how old are you?
22.
Okay. And why are you voting for Trump?
First of all, economy, and second, the border, and lastly, the securing the elections. Like, pass a few more amendments to protect the elections.
Okay.
And first of all, and the gun. Lastly, the
Okay.
guns.
Yeah, so let's go point by point. What's which specific economic marker are we talking about?
So first of all, in both terms, we have to compare the both terms. Either for Joe Biden and Donald Trump were affected by COVID. So if we're going to compare economics, we will have to do 2017 to 2019, somewhere between the line to the end of 2019. And then for Joe Biden, we would have to do 21 to end of 24.
Well, that's not true because we're still recovering from COVID.
No.
Yes. Do you
No.
want to? Are you interested in hearing about how many new COVID cases there is every single day?
Look,
How many? I'll actually just ask you. How many new COVID cases do you think there are every day?
I don't actually care because according to your government, if you get the shot, that means that you're immune, so that means that you can have a normal life.
Certainly not.
So
No.
yes.
That's not true. If you, even if you have the shot, you can still get it. Getting the shot tends to reduce the severity of the COVID you get, but COVID is still very prevalent, especially given the effects of things like long COVID, which leads to like chronic fatigue, for example, which has, I think, an estimated like $1 billion of damages to the U.S. economy just from long COVID. We are
Okay, so
still
that's
very much a recovering economy.
not at all. We've recovered long ago from an economy. Actually, I think that by 2022 on March, I mean, when was the pandemic declared ended? Actually, I think it was by the end of 2021.
Yeah, there's still like tons of new COVID cases every single day.
But there you go. But the global pandemic was already declared ended, so that means that we are already recovered from it. It's been more than 2 years, more than
So-
actually more than 5 years since it
Okay,
started.
wait. So do you think that just because someone says that the pandemic is over, that means that the pandemic is over?
No, but that means that it's no longer a pandemic. It's like a normal disease, like
Oh, so you do
diabetes,
think that just
like
because somebody
flu.
says it means that it's true?
I mean, according to y'all, your experts declare a pandemic, and so out of the sudden, we all have to stay in the houses and like live
Do you have
our
any
life
evidence
like
that it wasn't a pandemic, that the pandemic didn't exist? What's your evidence for that?
Oh no, I don't have no evidence of that. It was a
Oh,
global
okay,
pandemic
perfect.
because it
Wait,
was a new
so
disease.
it's not just that they declared it, it's also that the pandemic itself existed.
Yeah.
The pandemic existed regardless of whether or not
Mhm.
they declare it exists, and it exists regardless of whether they declare it ended. There's still
Yeah.
tons of new cases every single day.
You could say the same about flu. You could say the same about AIDS. You could say the same about gonorrhea. You could say the same about hundreds of diseases.
Certainly, you
That
could,
at their
although
time,
things
they were
like
declared
the
pandemic.
flu
Now they're
are
not.
seasonal, whereas this one still very much spreads just via close contact, and there's tons of new cases every day.
Not at all. There's more likely to get
So
flu
we
at
have
any.
like methods of resistance against all these other ones. It's just
And we
that
don't have against
like
COVID?
we massively reduce the amounts of like flu via things like flu shots. Safe sex leads to a reduction in things like AIDS. I'm not familiar enough with gonorrhea to know what prevents that, but or I think
Appeal.
safe sex. It's just safe sex, right? I don't know. But with COVID, we still need more people to get vaccinated. We have
Sure.
never gotten underneath the target that we set.
But anywho, like we
Yeah,
already recovered from the
just move
pandemic.
right
That's
past
just an
that. Yeah,
excuse
of
that you guys
course.
use. Yeah.
Yeah, just move right past it. Yeah. Do you have any facts to support your position, or is it all feelings?
No, I do have facts.
Yeah, state the facts.
So, for example, the economic during
Wait, so you're off the app. I don't know if you know this. You need to
okay,
be on the
yeah,
app.
yeah.
Wait,
If
so
I
could
wo-
you what you liked?
Did you like? Well, first of all, Lord, when he implemented the tariff, even although affected the manufacturing from exportations and importation to the country.
Could you explain to me how a tariff works?
Yeah, sure. It's what we charge to the country and we charge for importation and exportation of all goods.
Wait, who do you think pays for tariffs?
Either we or the other country that is doing it.
Either we or the other country?
Yeah.
No.
No, who pays for it?
You do. The consumer in the country pays for the tariff.
Mm-hmm.
All these prices just get passed down to the consumer.
Mm-hmm. So it's we or the other country, because the other country,
No,
if it gets goods from
not the other
us,
country.
we
It's
charge
not
them,
we or
and
the other country. It's
and that's what
us.
Trump
We
wants
pay
to
the
do.
cost of tariffs. It's not these other countries that are paying tariffs. It's us.
So you're saying that we send everything everything the USA sends outside and no country pays for it? It's
So
just we
wait,
paying.
I'm sorry, what?
So we export goods and nobody pays for it, right?
I don't think you
Is that
understand
what
what a
you're
tariff
saying?
is. Wait, so this is just you being confused about what a tariff is. So A tariff is just going to be an added fee when you try to import something from another country. We pay the cost of the tariff.
Yeah, as another country do. All countries
No,
pay
no, no.
tariff.
Wait. Not another country does not pay the tariff. We pay the tariff.
Okay, sir.
I can look up like a definition if you're interested. So a tariff, a tax placed by a government on imported or in some countries exported goods. But
There you
the
go.
ones
Thank
that
you.
Trump is citing are the imported goods.
Thank you. Imported or
Yeah, wait.
exported.
So
That means
thank
that
you. It's going to
if we
cost way
send
more.
if we send things, that means that we get paid for it. The other country has to pay
No,
for it. And
incorrect.
if
That
another
means that
country
if we
send us,
no. That means if we buy things, we're going to pay extra for it. There's going to be a larger tax on all the things that we buy. That's what that
you're
means.
totally misunderstanding what Trump said. Trump is saying that he needs to charge another country for what they're saying for what they're sending here.
That's just not what a tariff is. So if that's what Trump means, then he just doesn't know what a tariff is. Why would you want to vote for someone who doesn't know what a tariff is?
Okay, sure, but it was someone who kept the economy growing constantly until global pandemic happened. Sir, out of there.
Wait, hold on. Wait, do you think GDP went down?
GDP went totally down under Joe Biden, actually. And economy suffered a steady growing during 2016 and 2019. Because I'm not gonna count 2020 because both terms were affected. So I'll not include that year in any of my points of view.
Wait. When do you think the GDP went down?
The GDP went down from 2019 to 2020.
So before the pandemic, you think GDP went down?
When it started, the pandemic started on November 2019. So that's why it plummeted completely, the whole economy from 2019.
Wait. So it started in December. You think that it went down in December?
No, it actually started
because of 1 December where the pandemic hadn't even started. You think it went down?
Excuse me?
You think that the entire year of 2019 was negative?
No, not negative, but it was It plummeted in compared to the steady growth that the economy had from all the years that Trump was in office.
Wait, are you aware of the fact that GDP has grown literally every year?
GDP has actually grown nothing, and we have entered into a massive debt that we are unable to pay.
Wait. Want to bet? Bet me $200 right now that the GDP hasn't grown every year.
Are we gonna count the
wait. If you're confident, in your belief,
count the bounce back from the economy?
Wait. Hold on. Don't run.
I'm gonna run.
Don't run. If you're confident in your belief, if you're not talking out of your ass, bet me right now.
Are we counting the recovery
Okay,
back
he's
from
not
the
going
pandemic?
to bet me. That's or she. I don't know. I don't know your pronouns. They're not going to bet me.
Okay, I'm not gonna bet you because I don't know your terms.
Yeah, just that GDP has not gone up all years.
There you go. So the only way the GDP went up during Biden's economy was when everything reopened from the pandemic. That's it.
It went up literally every quarter.
Sure.
Do you want to see a graph on the matter?
Like the jobs that they're created, and it turns out all the jobs that went closed from the government.
Do you even? I don't think you know what GDP is.
Yes.
Can you give me a definition of GDP?
The GDP is the wealth per capita on a country. The estimated wealth per capita on a country.
What does GDP stand for?
I don't know the correct the exact
Gross
terminology,
domestic product.
There you go. But look, it's you the one that have like the computer probably in front of you. I cannot go outside of the app and tell you like all the data that I have. I thought I could, but now I'm seeing I cannot. So that's why I look like stupid right now without no evidence.
Well, I mean, I have a friend who would love to talk to you about this.
So yeah, is the claim that GDP hasn't gone up?
The claim is that GDP went down under Biden.
I mean, yeah, the only quarter that GDP has fallen is the from Q1 to Q2 of 2020, and then after after that, it's steadily gone up. You can look at the Fred data. This is just like, this isn't contested. This is just true.
Yeah, so that's why we cannot include what happened during COVID, because during COVID it went down. Then after COVID it started growing up. So that means that actually COVID affected the GDP.
Do you admit that you were wrong about your GDP claim?
What?
Do you admit that you were wrong about your GDP claim?
No, because I told you, are we going to include the COVID? And you didn't answer that.
Wait. You said, well, of course we're including COVID because people handled COVID.
Okay, if we're including COVID, yeah, of course. Then I was wrong because GDP affected negatively and then positive. When COVID was done, the GDP went up, of course. Duh.
GDP went up even through COVID.
No.
From Q2 to Q3, COVID was still, of 2020, there's, COVID was still, pretty present.
It went down when COVID first started, and then it went up, and it's continued to go up.
And then it maintained it. It literally paused and started going down until COVID ended.
Well,
but if you go,
wait, do you take the view that COVID ended at the end of Q1 in 2020?
Q1 in 2020? No, probably like by the second trimester of 2021, it's when, or the first trimester of 2021.
You see that, so we can just look at the Fred data.
Yeah, no, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can just look at the Fred data. From in the only quarter where GDP fell was from Q1 to Q2. Those are the only 2 points at which the data fell. Yeah.
2020, you got COVID. Started running down.
COVID still. Yeah, but again, COVID was still around. There was still pretty intense
COVID ended. 2022, it started growing up. Of course.
But again, COVID is still, again, there's only one quarter where GDP fell, and COVID was around for there were still pretty intense COVID restrictions in Q2 in the second quarter of 2020. And even during those pretty intense COVID restrictions, we saw GDP go up. So if the claim is something like, GDP fell the entire time that COVID was, responsible for restrictions, that's just like straightforwardly false, right?
You'd say that, yeah, of course.
Okay, so we agree that the initial claim that you made is incorrect, right?
No, totally, partially.
I don't know what it would mean for. I don't know what it would mean for the claim that GDP fell, or only fell during COVID to be partially correct. That seems like the sort of claim that can only be correct or incorrect. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, so if you say like this bag contains only red beans, and then there's like a green bean in that bag, the claim that the bag contains only red beans is false.
Okay.
All right. I mean, if there's agreement that the thing that you said was untrue,
Okay, but how else do you feel about the economy? What's
the inflation that has been maintaining since Biden took office?
Do you think that that's Biden's fault?
No, that claim is not false.
No, do you think that that's Biden's fault? Like, do you think that Biden is responsible for inflation?
Yes, totally. It is for the totally expanding that he did, especially for the SAFE Act that it provoked him to print money nonstop.
Which act printed money nonstop?
The SAFE Act.
I got news for you about printing money nonstop.
It's good, actually. Yeah.
Well, but in relation to Trump specifically.
Also true. Yeah. I mean, if you have a problem with, increasing the deficit, for example, this is a pretty good reason to be anti-Trump, right? Trump increased the deficit significantly more. I'm not a deficit hawk, right? Like, I think deficit spending is good, but
so you think the deficit now is good when it's probably 7 trillion more than what it was under Trump?
Well, Trump deficit spent more than Biden, right? So if you think,
really?
Yeah, that's just
Then
true.
why
Again,
then why inflation when it went steady and it didn't grow
It
up
was
as much as this now?
because that's
supply
because
side.
yeah, because the reason for the inflation that we
Uh-huh.
saw was due to pretty intense supply chain issues and the like insanely fragile supply chains,
Again,
which
so okay, go ahead.
Wait, Chersky, you muted. I don't know if you know that. Okay, yeah. So, well, yeah. So inflation. Chersky's muted. I have no idea. Okay, wait. So,
Okay, so y'all think
yeah,
that
yeah.
everything that we have now, even 4 years has gone past COVID, it's still COVID's fault.
Well, wait. So, can you point me to the policy that was done by Biden that caused inflation?
Okay, let me go out of the app 1 second and let me read it to you.
Yeah, let's hear the name of the policy. I'm mad curious. You do need to be on the app for me to hear you, but you can go and get the name of it, and then we can look into that.
So first of all, we have the stimulus spending.
Oh, the
That was one
stimulus
of
spending? Wait, who do you
that was
think
one of the
did
things he did.
more? Who do you think did more stimulus spending?
I mean, again, we're talking Biden comparing to Trump. During Biden, this went even more up than what Trump had already did.
Charsky, just to get you up to speed, the claim is that this inflation was because of stimulus spending.
This is one of the reasons.
Do you have any evidence for that? Do you have any reason you believe that, or is that just sort of asserted without evidence? If you're off the app, we can't hear you, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot. So that's the thing. I don't have my computer.
Well, you can go and find a source if you'd like. We'll give you like 2 minutes if you wanted to go fetch a source that says that this causes inflation. I just don't think you're gonna find
everything
one.
that I mean, I have it. I just use ChatGPT, and that's it. It's all this.
That is your problem. That is your problem.
Yeah.
Oh, really? You know that all sources or motor sources that ChatGPT use are the same that the government and all of you guys using. Like
You
Force,
know,
the government
ChatGPT.
webs, it's all the same.
You know, ChatGPT isn't conscious. It's not written by someone who actually cares about facts. It spits out things that sound like facts, that have the same like structure as facts. It's
So
just that the
where do you get
content
your
is
facts from?
nonsense.
So you would say Forbes is not a factual magazine or a factual
That
source?
Forbes is sometimes a factual magazine, but a generative AI model certainly does not just spit out facts.
Okay, so it's facts when it's convenient to you, but it's not facts when somebody else get the facts from there.
It's
Got
facts when it comes from a reliable source who properly vetted the information. It's not facts. It's not necessarily facts, I should say, when it's just a generative AI model.
Okay, I just wanted to see how you guys think I have to keep working. Sir, pick up that. Just anyways, it was nice talking to you and seeing that you blame everything on COVID.
Well, I mean, I blame some stuff on it. I blame things largely on COVID.
Yeah, no, that Biden wasn't incompetent. Of course.
Well,
It's
yeah,
everything on
you
the
haven't been
COVID.
able to cite a single policy. In fact, you admit that your source is ChatGPT.
Biden hit the supply chain crisis button. It was so over. Oh no. Why would he do that? Why would he hit the big red supply chain crisis button?
Yeah, it was sitting right there. Oh my god. He fell onto the supply chain crisis button and then tripped over and accidentally slid the inflation knob to like 15%.
That's right. Why would he do that, man? Oh
All
no.
right. Okay, bye guys.
All right, bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Cyber, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, god, I need to learn more basic economic facts. I'm struggling.
True. I mean, I was hoping we were gonna have like a monetary policy debate, but it seems like I don't know. I'm not sure that I'm ever gonna get to yell about MMT on an Ian Live.
Yeah, well, you know, people do say that there's like some econ bros in this space, so I don't know. I assume
exciting.
like what economic policy would they be defending? Like certainly it's not like Austrian. It's not the Austrian school stuff because that's like wildly out of line with Trump. But I'm just not sure what econ stuff they'd be defending.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Trump's economic policy has been, like most of his other policy, pretty inconsistent. Like, obviously, currently he's got the sort of weird protectionist vibe, but he's also like he just says a different thing every day. So I think it'd be pretty difficult to sort of support any or all of his policies with any of the mainstream economic schools, at least as far as I'm familiar with. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure that they must just be running at you with like Econ 101 nonsense.
Yeah, but even the Econ 101 nonsense, just like one of the Econ 101 nonsense things is the effect of tariffs, right? Like that's any intro to econ class will use, and I'm not the biggest fan of the way that they talk about that. I think that there's um, more nuance to trade policy than is often presented in sort of early economics courses. But if you're going to run the Econ 101 stuff, you should definitely not be pro-Trump. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But no, I appreciate you coming on up.
Yeah, I'll hop off, but have a good one.
Yeah. Answering the call, answering the signal. Appreciate you.
All the time.
Yep. All right. Make sure you're following Charsky if you're not already. Charsky's great on economics and also other stuff as well. All right. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's fill up that bar. Try to get this in front of as many people as we can. If you're enjoying the debates, make sure you drop a follow so you never miss a debate in the future. What's up, KV? How's it going? KV60, are you there? KV60. Okay. All right, to the next one. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey.
Yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
I'm Canadian.
Ah.
You're a terrible person.
These fucking Canucks. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
It's going great. How are you?
Doing well. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I will be voting for Trump.
Okay. Why?
Well, sometimes it's best. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how some people get that setting in their mind where they just want to change the direction of something? And set new waves for the whole entire universe?
No?
It all comes down to one human being in the world. Okay, first of all, God is not real. Whoever told you that's a lie. But it all comes down to one thing. I'm God. I created the world. I don't care what anyone says. I built the freaking universe. You know what I'm saying? I built the galaxy and everything. I busted all over everything in the whole entire universe.
Are we doing a little troll? Is this a little meme?
No, like I'm being so for real.
Oh, okay. I don't know. It's like a really weird way of putting it. Well, all right. I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. Get your ankle shattered. You will never debate again. That guy was weird. That guy was weird. What's up? How's it going, bud? Bud? Are you there? Bud Snodgrass?
Bud Snodgrass.
Oh, I don't like hearing my voice. Okay. Okay. On to the next one. Another one. Oh, fuck. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Harja? Are you there? All right, let's see. Keep on double tapping on that screen. Try to fill that bar all the way up. But yeah, it's good. Gets out in front of more people as we try to get a person on. We got no debaters. Isn't that sad? That makes me cry. Me personally, I cry when presented with that information. Damn, we're not getting anybody. This is crazy. Come on. Come on. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Gaia, are you there? Okay. Damn it. I don't know. I just want. Hey, what's up? Kelly? Hello? Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, what's up? How's it going, nerd?
Hey, I'm doing really well. I just want to say I really appreciate all your lives. You're doing a great job, man.
Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Big W guest in the comment section. Appreciate you. That's so cool. I like that. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Justin?
Pretty good. How about you?
Doing well. Are you voting for Trump?
I don't know.
Okay. I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive, baked like a baked potato, cooked like a souffle, get your ankles shattered, you will never debate again. What's up? How's it going, C? Okay. I'm literally never gonna get fucking anybody. It's over. It's never gonna happen for me. Fuck. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hi. I got a question for you.
Oh, you're not 18 or older. Josu, are you there? Hello? This is crazy, right? Surely someone must join. Sea
Hello.
creature, are you there?
Yeah, I am, Ian. I
Yo,
just wanted
hello.
to tell you how much I really love your lives.
That's so kind of you. I'm only looking for people to debate. I'm so sorry to cut you off. It's just been so long since the debate.
fucking vote because I'm Canadian.
Okay, well, you're also under 18, so it's going to be a problem. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older and that you are voting for Trump. If you're not doing that, I'm not talking to you. It is really just that simple. You got to be 18 or older and be a Trump voter. Hey, what's up, TikTok CIA?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I don't think we should have a woman president.
Can you? Oh, that's crazy. Okay, I'm just gonna move on to the next one. That's like super disappointing. You are a bad person. Ethan, thank you so much for the subscription. Appreciate it.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Okay, and who are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Cause he's Trump, man. You know you can't go wrong with Trump, bro.
Okay.
You see what he's doing, you know?
Okay.
He's just a guy, bro. He's just a guy.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump attempted to coup the U.S. government?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a G for that. Like, who else has done? Who else could do that?
Do you value the democratic process?
Yeah.
Okay. How can you value the democratic process and vote for someone who attempted a coup?
Because he's a G like that. He's just a G.
Okay. How do you think that answers my question?
Go suck your mom, you fucking waste, man. You look like
Damn, out of arguments already? That's pathetic. Are you embarrassed to come in front of this many people and have literally nothing? I think I'd be pretty embarrassed.
Yo, go look in the mirror, you fucking Harry Potter looking.
I look cute as fuck. I don't know what you're talking about. You're not going to be able to make me feel insecure about that. I look great. Most intelligent Trump supporter, by the way.
Oh, you let me back in. Thank you, sir.
Oh, wait, what?
So, do you think you're the main character of the world, would you say?
Oh, wait, you're the one who's like having like a fucking breakdown.
Me? No, that wasn't me. I wasn't having no breakdown.
Okay. No, not really.
What are you talking about? You might be confused.
No, I just think you're a bit disconnected from reality.
How? Tell me how.
You think that you're God.
I never said that.
You literally said that. Everyone heard you say that like word for word.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get on with the debate now. Ask me the questions or whatever. We can get on with it.
Why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because I like what he's doing for the organization and the industry businesses.
Which ones?
I'm talking about all of them, what he's doing to the gas stations and everything.
And what is he doing to them?
Okay, so first of all, he said he was going to manipulate the prices down to half of what they are now.
For gas?
Yes, I saw it.
So, wait, first of all, there's no way that's true, because second of all, if that were true, that would cause like an economic collapse if the president just manipulated the prices down to half of what they are.
Well, it's not bad to try something new.
Okay. So Donald Trump is actually going to increase the price of all of these things based on his tariff policy, which is going to add a tax to literally each and every one of these things.
So, was that proven to be true? Like that he said?
Yes, that's yes. This is his economic policy. This analysis comes to you from the Wharton School of Business.
Okay. I like what you're saying. I mean, you're making a lot of sense, you know. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of changed my mind on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would you got anything else for me?
Yeah, I'm starting to hate Trump. Thank you.
Okay.
You hate him too, don't you?
I guess, yeah. He tried to coup our country. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
That's a big reason to hate him. I wish that bullet hit him in the head.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm faking. I don't wish death on anybody.
Okay. Well, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get this bar all the way filled up. We're almost at 200K likes. Let's get there. So we go to the very next guest. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
How you doing?
Yeah.
Good.
Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, Oh, yes, I am.
Okay, why?
Oh, I feel like America gonna be greater, and I feel like Kamala Harris is making the world like dangerous.
In what way?
And I feel like people, what you say?
In what way?
Oh, like just sitting in a house and feeling like you're gonna die, and like you anxious for some reason, and I think she brings that to the world.
What? I think I just missed like somehow I missed like every word of the sentence that you just said. Can you say it one more time?
I'm sorry. You could sit in the house and you could be anxious and somebody could be after you. And I think she brings that to the world.
Which part?
If that makes sense. Like people feeling in danger. Basically.
And how does she bring that to the world?
I don't know. I just think she's like, if she's elected as president, it's gonna stay here.
I truly have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, basically Trump going to make the world greater, and I feel like Kamala Harris is not gonna make it like greater at all.
In what way?
Just by the danger going on now.
What's the danger? What danger are we referring to?
Oh, all over Michigan. People killing all over Michigan.
All over what's going on all over Michigan?
Oh, killing. Everybody just killing.
Everybody? Are you in Michigan?
Yes.
Are you killing?
No.
Okay, so not
I'm
everyone's
actually
killing. So what's your actual point here?
If Trump is elected, I don't think anybody's gonna be killing. And I think I'll be safer.
Nobody? Not a single person?
Nope.
Not a single person. You think Trump is gonna make it so that nobody's killing? Not one single person. There won't be one single killing under Donald Trump. That's your stance.
Nope.
And do you think that that's an honest stance?
I mean, people. Wait, say that one more time. Sorry.
Do you think that's an honest stance?
An honest stance. Yes. Because I really do feel like Trump is.
Okay. I'm gonna be back in like just a minute with the God topic, just for some fun.